There you go. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to the Consumer Advisory Committee meeting. Thank you all for those of you who got here a little early this morning and were able to get your coffee. I appreciate that. And we have a very full agenda once again. Scott has done a fantastic job of pulling together this program.
Not to mention our chairman.
Okay, I helped a little, and so did some of you. So
yes,
thank you very much. But we do have a really good program, and you'll see during the course of the day. And we'll try and keep as much as we can on schedule. But we do have some special guests joining us this morning, as you'll see from the agenda. The first thing I'd like to do is to go around and introduce ourselves. We have some of you who may be here for the first time if you're substituting for someone else. So let's introduce ourselves. I'm Deborah Berlin, chair of the CAC and representing the National Consumers League. And let's go around to Barry.
Good morning. I'm Barry Umansky. I represent the Digital Policy Institute at Ball State University, and my colleague Robert Gaydon is here as well.
And I'm Steve Posiask. I'm with the American Consumer Institute.
I'm Ed Bartholomew with Call for Action.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dorothy Watt. I'm a regional representative for the Helen Keller National Center, the Northwest region. I'm happy to see everyone this morning.
Good morning. My name is Fernando LaGuardia, and I'm representing Time Warner Cable.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ann Bobeck from the National Association of Broadcasters, and I just want to welcome also our 3 summer interns who are here. So good morning.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Pody from NCTA, alternate for Rick Chesson.
Good morning, all. Louise Lanchetti here with T-Mobile, and also with an intern in the audience, Ebony Bell.
If you all could remember as you go around to wait for the mics to come on. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Scott Bergman on behalf of CTIA, and we represent mobile wireless providers and equipment and handset manufacturers and applications developers that bring wireless products to consumers.
Hello.
I'm Rebecca Ledoux, and representing the Speech Communications Assistance by Telephone, Inc. I would also like to add a happy Father's Day for all of you who are fathers.
Lisa Hamlin. I'm representing Hearing Loss Association of America.
Hello, Claude Stout, and I'm with Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network.
Good morning, Mia Martinez with the National Asian American Coalition.
Thank you. Mark DeFalco with the Appalachian Regional Commission.
Good morning, I'm Mary Crespi with Verizon.
Good morning, Cecilia Garcia with the Benton Foundation.
Okay, did we miss anyone? Ken, did you introduce yourself?
I didn't because I didn't have a name tag. I'm Ken McEldown for Consumer Action.
And
I'm Scott Marshall.
Okay, excellent. And we do have do we have anyone now on the telephone?
Yes, this is Clayton Lewis, Coleman Institute.
Clayton Lewis. Okay, great. Anyone else?
Hi, this is Art Neal. Good morning from the West Coast, representing the media rights.
Okay. And anyone else? Okay.
Could you repeat those two names because they didn't come across and I could not hear them?
Sure. Clayton Lewis is on the line and Art Neal. Okay, well, welcome everybody. First order of business, I would like to thank NCTA for providing our meals this morning. So Stephanie and Rick Chesson, thank you very much. We appreciate that. And our first speaker, Chris Monteith, the Bureau Chief, Acting Bureau Chief for Consumer and Governmental Affairs, will be down momentarily. so that we will get started shortly. Scott, we can do that. And meanwhile, I want to know if anyone has any questions about our program today. As you know, we will be having most of our program sessions this morning, and then we do have our working group session meeting right after lunch, soon after lunch, actually not right after lunch, and then we have our recommendations that will be discussed after that. So hopefully you all will be able to stay. I know Ken has a flight towards the end of the day, but other than that, I hope that you all will be able to stay for the full program. It is important that we have your full participation for the discussions on the recommendations. We have some very interesting ones today, and those are really important. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Lisa.
I just had a quick question here. Well, I noticed that it doesn't talk about a next meeting.
Sure. Yes, we, and it's a very good question and something that I did want to discuss at some point today, so I will discuss that right now. We do have a next meeting plan for the month of October. And Scott is working with logistics to find out availability for here in the meeting room, most likely another Friday. Those are the best days to get availability here. And also we traditionally try and make them for Fridays. So we're looking at a Friday in October for the next meeting. I think some of you may know this, but perhaps not all of you know this, that the CAC has a 2-year charter, and our charter actually ends in November of this year, which means that October is our last meeting of this Consumer Advisory Committee. So Scott and I may talk a little bit more about that later, but that, you know, it's one of those things where it comes as a bit of a surprise because we actually started with our first meeting the August after we would have officially been chartered. So it gave us just a little bit over a year. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. But I see Chris is here. Yes. Perfect timing. Okay. We are ready for you. So thank you very much. And Chris Monteith, Acting Bureau Chief, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you here. And we certainly appreciate your coming today and helping the Commission to advance its consumer protection and empowerment agenda. Since we last met in February, the Bureau has had a busy time. Lots of things going on, and I will just mention a couple of the things that we've been working on at a high level. And I did the smart thing and brought the experts with me who can address them in more depth. So in a nutshell, over the course of the last few months, we've released 2 significant commission-level items on important issues, cramming and PSAP do not call, and several Bureau-level items on equally important issues such as TRS and caller ID. We've taken some important steps towards launching the National Deaf-Blind Equipment Distribution Program and sought nominations for the second annual Chairman's Award for Advancement in Accessibility. We released our Consumer Complaint Quarterly Report numbers for the first quarter of 2012, and the second quarter will follow shortly. We've exhibited at major industry and consumer conferences to educate consumers on key telecom issues. In conjunction with other parts of the agency, we worked with industry on consumer protection issues such as stolen and lost cell phones to address those issues in a voluntary way, and issued new fact sheets and guides to educate consumers. We've undertaken a number of important listening and consultation sessions with Native nations and have done a soft launch of our new Native Learning Labs. And we've hosted our 4th state and local webinar. These are just a few of the things we've been working on. It's been a very busy few months, a very interesting few months for me personally and professionally. And of course, there are lots of things going on at the Commission outside of CGB, which will be a part of your agenda and discussion, and we'll touch on a couple of those. I know that you've previously talked with Josh Gottheimer, the Chairman's Senior Counselor, on a wide range of issues, and most particularly broadband and the public-private initiatives effort that the Commission has going on. Today you'll continue the discussion on broadband adoption with outside advocacy organizations and, of course, your own member, the Benton Foundation. Broadband availability and adoption is such a critical issue for the country, and the Commission reiterated again with yesterday's executive order removing barriers to broadband infrastructure deployment on federal lands and buildings and making it easier to deploy high-speed internet across the country. I hope you will share with the Commission your thoughts and recommendations on how we can address these types of barriers faced by many communities across the nation. Spectrum is another critical issue facing the country as the Commission looks at ways to make sure that we use this finite resource efficiently and effectively and properly allocate spectrum among many competing interests. Please help us ensure that the interests of consumers are not lost in the mix. With respect to mergers, we're all very aware that consumers have interests at stake when mergers take place. There is a role for the CAC to play in helping the Commission to monitor merger conditions, which we often impose as these transactions move forward, and I'm happy to see you consider this topic. On universal service, thank you very much for your extensive recommendations. We know that the Universal Service Working Group is engaged with our outreach team as we begin spreading the word regarding our new Lifeline rules. Later this morning, you'll be hearing from folks in CGB that are working on our consumer complaint process. We're hoping to make changes that will make the process more transparent and consumer-friendly, and which will allow us to better utilize the information we receive from consumers in our rulemakings. We look forward to your recommendations about this topic, which really encompasses many of CGB's and the Commission's systems and processes, including our telephone IVR system, our website, and of course the complaint forms themselves. Finally, I note that you're addressing other timely issues, including EAS, which has been updated for the first time since the 1960s, and the issue of third-party wireless shutdowns. In short, it's been busy, lots on our plates. I'll turn it over to Mark and Karen, and Roger Goldblatt is also here to address our outreach efforts, and we'd certainly like your input on some of those issues as well. Again, we greatly appreciate your sharing your time and your expertise with the Commission. Mark?
Good morning. I want to highlight for you two of the major items that our policy division has accomplished since you met last February. First, I want to discuss the new rules on cramming, and second is an NPRM to begin establishing a do not call registry for public safety answering points. First, cramming. I mentioned at your last meeting that the Commission had proposed rules to help consumers avoid cramming, which is the placement of unauthorized charges on phone bills. On April 27th, the Commission adopted new rules to address cramming and sought further comment on potential further steps to help consumers. I want to highlight a couple of the things the Commission did. First, the Commission required landline telephone companies to notify subscribers at the point of sale, on each bill, and on their websites of the options to block third-party charges from their landline telephone bills, if the carrier offers that option. Second, it strengthened the Commission's requirement that third-party charges be separated from the landline telephone company's charges on phone bills. And third, it asked whether the Commission should adopt additional protections, such as requiring landline telephone companies to get consumer consent before placing those third-party charges on their telephone bills if the company already offers to block such charges. And fourth, It asked about cramming for commercial mobile radio service, such as wireless telephone companies or providers of voice-over Internet protocol service. The Commission said it would monitor complaints from consumers of these services. Comments on the further notice are due June 25th, and reply comments on July 9th. The second major item Chris mentioned that we've been working on is a do not call registry for public safety answering points. The Commission adopted an NPRM on this on May 21st. First, a bit of background. A provision of the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012 requires the Commission to initiate, within 90 days of enactment, a proceeding to create a specialized do not call registry for public safety answering points. This provision addresses concerns about the use of automatic dialing equipment, or robocalls, which can generate large numbers of phone calls in a short time, tie up public safety lines, divert critical responder resources away from emergency services, and impede access by the public to emergency services. The NPRM initiated a proceeding to establish a registry that allows PSAPs to register telephone numbers on a PSAP-specific do not call list and prohibit the use of automatic dialing equipment to contact those registered numbers. The PSAP registry would build upon the existing protections under the Telephone Consumer Protection Act against the use of auto dialers to contact emergency numbers by precluding operators of automatic dialing equipment from using such equipment to contact any number included on the registry. The NPRM seeks comment on the structure and operation of the proposed registry, setting forth several proposals. The NPRM asks about the most efficient means of establishing the registry, the process for accessing the registry by operators of that equipment, safeguards to protect numbers in the registry from unauthorized disclosure or dissemination, rules to prohibit the use of automatic dialing equipment to contact numbers on the registry, and enforcement provisions contained in the Tax Relief Act. Among the specific questions the NPR asks is which PSAP numbers should be included on the registry. Is the FTC's approach to the National Do Not Call Registry a useful and effective model for the PSAP registry? What should be the process for verifying and updating PSAP numbers in the registry? How should the registry be made available to operators of automatic dialing equipment? And finally, does the Communications Act and the Middle Class Tax Relief Act give the Commission authority to propose fines for a first violation of the Act's provision, or must the Commission first issue a citation to a non-regulated violator, as required by the standard enforcement provisions of Section 503 of the Communications Act? In closing, I want to thank all of you for your hard work on these key consumer issues. It really does make a difference both to the CGB and the rest of the Commission. Thanks again.
Hi, I'm Karen Strauss. It's great to see all of you again. I'm going to give you an update on all that we've been doing on the disability issues. The first major thing is internet-based captioning. As many of you know, in January we released rules that are going to require that all television programs shown with captions on TV must contain those captions when moved to the internet. And I believe that I already talked to you about this last time, but just as a quick review, the rules are going to be going into effect beginning this coming September. So I'm not sure you're meeting before then, so just thought I'd remind you of that. And that particular set of rules cover pre-recorded programming that's not edited for internet distribution. Once those programs are shown on TV with captions, when they're shown for internet distribution, they will have to be captioned as of September 30th. March 30th, 2013, the rules apply to live and near live programming. Near live is programs such as late night programming. And on September 30th, 2013, the rules are extended to pre-recorded programming edited for internet distribution. There are different rules that are a little further out for archival programming. That's programming that's already in an internet distributor's library. After those programs are shown on TV, those distributors have a little bit of extra time. That's the first item in the CVA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act that I wanted to mention. The second item is video description. As you probably know, many of you are already familiar with a lot of this, our rules on video description are going to go into effect this July. It's very exciting for the blind and visually impaired community. These rules were originally adopted by the Commission in the year 2000, and they were overturned by a federal court for lack of authority. In the CVAA, Congress instructed the Commission to reinstate the rules, and so these rules are now being reinstated, and they will apply to the 4 national broadcast networks, that's ABC, CBS, NBC, Fox, and their affiliates in the top 25 markets, as well as the top 5 cable channels, and that includes USA, Disney, TNT, TBS, Nickelodeon, and Nick at Night. The rules are not as comprehensive as our closed captioning rules. They require only 4 hours of primetime or children's programming per week. That is roughly 50 hours per calendar quarter. However, the FCC has additional authority to conduct an inquiry on the benefits, uses, and availability and costs of the rules 1 year after the phase-in and can expand the rules if necessary. The next item that I want to mention is the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program. That program is also going into effect this July. That program, and Chris mentioned that program is going to distribute through local entities equipment, telecommunications, and advanced communication service equipment to low-income individuals who are deafblind. They have to meet the federal poverty guideline level that we're using is 400% of the poverty guideline level will qualify them. They also need to meet a definition set by the statute, or actually set by the National Helicalis statute. These individuals as well can get assessments, training. The program will cover warranties, outreach, and all other associated related costs that are reasonable will be covered by the program. There will be one program in every state or locality that will be responsible for conducting this distribution. We are on the cusp of announcing the certified entities. We had issued a notice of proposed, a public notice a few months back seeking applications, and did a thorough review of those applications to make sure that each entity would be qualified to comply with all of our rules under this program. I should mention it's a pilot program. We've authorized it for 2 to 3 years so that we can really figure out how the program needs to work. There are several reporting requirements by these various entities. We're going to be reviewing those very carefully to make sure that the program is meeting the needs of the community that it's intended to serve. In all, there will be 53 entities that are certified. We also just recently announced the National Outreach Coordinator. It's the Perkins School for the Blind, in conjunction with the Helen Keller National Center and Fable Vision. They have been awarded $500,000 per each year of the pilot program to conduct national outreach. So we are set. We are almost set to begin very soon, and you'll be hearing more about that in some public notices. The next thing that I want to mention is the work that we've been doing on Next Generation 911. Many of you are already familiar with some of this, but it's been very, very exciting. We have a notice of proposed rulemaking that's been pending since September on NG 911, focused mostly on text to 911. Our Emergency Access Advisory Committee that was created under the CVA has been meeting regularly. In 2011, it met monthly per the requirements of the Act. Now it's been meeting more infrequently, but still meeting. The committee produced a survey covering and analyzing approximately 10,000 people responded to the survey, 3,000 completed surveys by people with disabilities, reporting on how they access emergency services. And the product of that survey and the product of the committee's report eventually led to a resolution that people with disabilities wanted access to 911 via text. and tremendous progress has been made in that area. Since then, Verizon and AT&T have announced that they are going to be piloting text to 911 programs. And so we're going to be working with these companies in order to make sure that outreach is done, and our consumer outreach office will be orchestrating some meetings shortly to coordinate efforts between consumers, industry, PSAPs, and other relevant stakeholders. Just really quickly, I want to mention that in October we also have to submit to Congress a report on how we've been doing with respect to achieving accessibility of advanced communication services and telecommunication services. We're also continuing to work on our clearinghouse, our accessibility clearinghouse that provides products and services, information about accessible products and services to the community. And we just recently released a public notice seeking comment on our the report that we received from our Video Programming Access Advisory Committee on making devices compatible with video description and providing emergency access information or information about emergencies accessible to people who are blind and visually impaired. Those are two requirements. That's emergency information in this context I'm talking about is on television. Those are two issues that are dealt with in the video programming section of the CVAA, and we're getting comments back on replies are due on June 19th because we're going to have to be issuing rules on that. And I know I've made your brains fried at this point, so I'm going to stop talking, but you can see that we have a lot to do. I'm going to be back later on for the disability group. Cheryl King is going to be joining you initially, and then I'm going to be stepping in a little bit later on so I can fill you in on more of the details.
Thanks very much, Karen. Now, Roger, if you would please talk a little bit about some of the consumer outreach issues, and particularly where we could use some help.
Sure. Thank you. First of all, I want to start with thank you, and then I'll end with a request. Many of you have been generous enough to invite us to exhibit at your conventions. We did CES and CTA, NAB in the past few months, and I'd say you really ran us ragged. I'd say the 2 or 3 people we've had at the booth have been busy nonstop. It's so gratifying to have people come to us and say, thank you for being here. And they come out and they bring a little ragged list of questions they have for FCC. And then, of course, we always have, no matter where we go, for the past 12 years I've been here, the ham operators that come and want to show their little ham licenses. But outreach is really fascinating here because FCC has a lot of lawyers and a lot of engineers, and we come out with a lot of great rules and regulations that really help consumers. But if you ask your parents or grandparents or niece or nephews or children or neighbors what some of these words like viewability, cramming, broadband, spectrum, E-rate, universal service, robocalls, bill shock, VoIP, LPFM, LPTV, they won't know what you're talking about. We have people that come to us and they go, I go into McDonald's and I see this little sign. What does that mean? And we say, well, that means they have wireless. And they go, really? Or they wonder about the QR code. What does that mean? And they say, well, you can take your smartphone and you can get to a website. And they go, really? So what we try to do is, as far as outreach, is to kind of be the bridge, be the conduit, and say, okay, FCC does an awful lot to help consumers, and we'll try to explain to you what it is and what we do. And that's why they come with these questions. And we really do an awful lot because we have groups that come in and we say, well, what does FCC mean to you? What do you think FCC does? And I'd say 99 to 100% will always say indecency and obscenity. And to tell you the truth, that's like, a very, very, very little percent of what we do. But we do an awful lot to help consumers. And we try to, because we're a small band of people, we try to concentrate on certain areas. People with disabilities, people in rural areas, minorities, African Americans, Asians, non-English speaking people, Hispanics, very, very important, seniors. We find that a lot of seniors are afraid to get onto broadband. It isn't always a financial issue. It's just not knowing what's going on. And I think you've had people talk about our Connect to Compete program because it's really important. And we're trying to work pilot programs around the country to get people to understand how important it is to be on the computer. We're actually exhibiting next week at the American Library Association because libraries are so important for people who don't have computers. People who go look for jobs on the computers. People who don't have computers look at their emails. Kids who don't have computers at home do their homework. I mean, so we try to form partnerships. And what we try to do also is, I think we do a decent job, but we could do a heck of a lot better job. You know, we work on distracted driving. I don't know about you, but I don't think we've done enough on that. You look and you see how many people are still texting and talking on the phone while they're driving. That's an FCC issue. Almost for a small agency, we probably impact everybody in some aspect of their life, whether it be TV, television, computers. You know, there's so many aspects. So what we'd like to do, you know, like I said, we're the face of the FCC. We go, people ask us questions. FCC, like every other federal agency, has budget cuts. So we try to do the best we can. We're experimenting with technology, ways we can do things from here. But it does help when we're out there and people come to us and they have their questions. So if you can help us come up with ideas, how can we impact? How can we reach people? How can we translate? How can we get the word out to people all over the country? We really, any creative ideas that you have, we're open to. There is pretty much are no barriers as far as ideas. We're so enthusiastic. We really want to get the word out. We love talking to people. We love when they come and they say thank you. And by the way, I have a question. And we'll try to answer. And that's our goal. We're not experts, but we know who the experts are. So they come to us. We get the answer. And I think a lot of times they're surprised because, like, you know, we're from the government and we're here to help you, and we really are there to help. So, like I said, I started with the thank you for those who have invited us and we've worked with. And I know most of you, I think of all of you as friends and partners. So I guess I want to end with a request. Any ideas you have for how we can outreach better, how we can partner better, how we can reach a lot of the underserved communities that really need us or need to know a lot of the programs that are available, the Lifeline programs, the E-rate programs. There's so many good things the FCC does, and we really need your assistance. So thank you very much. Yes.
And then, finally, I wanted to introduce my acting chief of staff, the acting chief of staff for CGB, Michael Karowitz.
Hi, I just
need the mic.
Thanks. I just wanted to say hello to everybody and let you know that I'm here as a point of contact in the CGB. If there's anything that you need at any point, please feel free to give me a call. I can point you in the right direction, get you acquainted with the right people, and because I'm new, your questions will help me learn my job just a little bit quicker. So thanks.
Just a few. Definitely. Questions?
Yeah, I guess I continue to be very disappointed by the sort of the inability of the FCC to free up money for serious outreach. I really applaud the fact that you want to try to reach low-income consumers. You want to reach people for whom English is not the primary language. But I think that, as most of the folks around this table will know, that takes money. And putting stuff on a website doesn't do it. Going to national conferences doesn't do it. You've got to work with the actual agencies that are working with consumers on a day-to-day basis. And it's just it's sort of been a refrain that I and other people on this council have been saying for years and years and years. And I've just not seen a serious commitment in that area, whether it's on Lifeline or anything else. There has to be printed materials. There has to be money for distribution of them. There has to be money for training. And we're not talking, I would be happy just to see a few $100,000 in terms of commitment by the commission to actually reach the people that you purport to help. And I think that certainly going to conferences and things like that, working with the libraries, is a small first step. But it's a very tiny, tiny step. And I think you really have to figure out how, in a tight budget era, to free up some money for serious outreach with printed materials in different languages. Consumer Action does it with a very small budget, smaller than yours, and I think other organizations around the table do as well, as do many of the companies. I think the models are out there. I just think that the FCC really has to get serious and step up to the table.
And Roger, I'm happy to hear you say that, Ken, honestly, because I think one of the issues, as Roger was saying, that we really face is in an era of shrinking budgets, is the consumer outreach function. How is the consumer outreach function viewed? And I think that the core group of folks in CGB think it is a mission-critical function for the Commission. But we as government agencies, face shrinking budgets. So we would really appreciate your help in on that issue to say, yes, it is important for the Commission to get out there and actually have a face-to-face conversation with consumers outside of the, proverbial beltway. So I appreciate your comments in that regard.
Just a quick follow-up to that. I don't think it's necessary for the Commission to get out and talk to individual consumers. Consumer Action uses a train-the-trainer model. We train between 800 and 1,000 community group staff a year around the country in terms of how to successfully use our materials in the community. And the advantage of that is that these are the agencies that work with consumers on a day-to-day basis on a wide range of issues in a wide range of languages. We would go nuts if we wanted to try to reach individual consumers. But our 7,000 agencies put over 1 million pieces of literature a year in the hands of consumers because they're on the ground. And I think that's something that the Commission has to do, is to work with the groups more closely throughout the country that are actually working with consumers on a day-to-day basis. For example, with a small foundation grant, we are training about 45 community group staff in San Bernardino in terms of proper use of cell phones with materials that we did with a small foundation grant. And that's going to reach a huge number of consumers.
If I could, we have a commissioner in the room. I see 2 tent cards up. I will allow one more question. If you could make it very brief, and then I'm afraid we will have to move on. We do have someone else. We will take, if you don't mind, perhaps give me your questions and I can forward them on to Chris so that we don't lose your question in the course of our discussion today, because I know that your questions are important. Irene, you put your question down. I don't know who came up first. You came up first. Okay. All right. So make sure that you get your question to me and go ahead. And if you could make your question a question and brief.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mitzi Herrera, the Cable and Broadband Administrator for Montgomery County, Maryland. One thing I would just note to you, we've had recent thing with the broadband adoption programs. If you work with local governments or you pick a few larger ones, they can help bring together the people who run programs aimed at low-income clients, from HHS or Health and Human Services, the housing people, the schools, and they can help organize meetings for you where you can come out and effectively reach people who are to find your target population. So you should try to look at some of those local partners in addition with our consumer groups.
Great, thank you.
people can identify themselves before they speak?
Absolutely, you should identify yourself. I believe you did.
But Mitzi Herrera, the Cable and Broadband Administrator from Montgomery County, Maryland.
I'm sorry, I thought you did. Great, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Chris. I greatly appreciate your coming and speaking with us with your entire team. Great. And we will make sure if anyone has any other questions, please forward them to me or to Scott, and we will make sure that Chris does get them so that we don't lose that opportunity. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
We will also have someone else from Chris's team here. Thank you. It is my pleasure to call Commissioner Rosenworcel to the table. Right here, we have a spot. For those of you who don't know our new commissioner here, I don't know, is there anyone in the room who does not know our new commissioner? She was probably in the room several times with her former boss, who was an outstanding Commissioner Copps. And she is, I am sure, going to continue his legacy of strong consumer policies here at the Commission, and we are so pleased to have you here today. So welcome.
Thank you. So as Debbie was just saying, it's not very closely held secret that I am not entirely new to the agency, though I was just sworn into office last month. So I'm familiar with this room, many of the people who are sitting here today, with a lot of the issues. And at the risk of aging myself, I even remember back in 2000 when the Commission first started the Consumer Advisory Committee. So the work you do, I know, because I've watched it for so many years, is really, really important. And thinking back on it, I was thinking about what I did between my last tour of duty at the FCC and what I hope to do in the weeks and months ahead. I spent 5 years on Capitol Hill, and the bulk of that time was spent on the digital television transition, the Broadband Data Improvement Act, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, and on spectrum auctions. And if there's a single thread that connects all of those things, it's how they impact consumers. From the DTV transition, making sure everyone does not lose access to television so that they can get not just entertainment, but critical news and information, to the Broadband Data Improvement Act, which is about trying to figure out where broadband is and is not in households across this country, to also, obviously, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, which is about making sure that everyone in this country, no matter who they are, has access to the great services available in the digital age. And then finally, spectrum auctions, which seems sort of wonkish and academic, but in the end is not just about making sure there are opportunities for wireless providers to do new and innovative things with spectrum, but it's about taking those spectrum resources and pushing them into consumers' hands so that they can have access to a whole new range of services. So that's what I've been doing during the last 5 years, but now I'm back in the agency, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you, trying to figure out what the agency does well when it comes to consumers, and quite frankly, what the agency can do better. So I'm looking forward to starting a dialogue with everyone here, with the committee at large, and I just wanted to let you know that my door is always open.
Do you, does anyone, I don't know if anyone has any questions for the Commissioner? This is the honeymoon phase. Go ahead. Julie.
This is Julie Carney from the Consumer Electronics Association. I don't have a question. I just have a welcome back. It's great to have you here, and I know you're such an expert on the issues, and you've got a great staff.
That's right. I want to make sure you meet Priscilla Argyris, who's joined my staff, and we'll be working on wireline issues a lot of consumer issues, and she should become a familiar name and face to you. She knows a lot already and is going to know more even when she converses with all of you.
Great. So nothing except we're thrilled to have you back.
And I will add to that. It's a pleasure to, I should have mentioned that you have such an outstanding history on all the issues, but particularly with representing consumers on all these issues. So we are so lucky to have you here, and so many of us know that is so true, having worked with you not only here but also on Capitol Hill. So we're very happy to have you.
I worked extensively with Debbie on the DTV transition. She was a really impressive advocate on behalf of AARP at the time. And
Thank you.
So a lot of respect for the work that you've done too.
Thank you. Thank you. Paul, do you have
Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for. Do we have this microphone? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Good. Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind. Commissioner, good to work with you here as well as having worked with you on the Hill. I do hope that one of the things we always encourage commissioners to do, and some of them do it well, some of them don't, is to remember that it's important to talk about people with disabilities as consumers of communications, not just here and in front of consumer committees, but more important when you're out talking with industry in particular, because I do think sometimes those issues tend to get forgotten, and you have a terrific megaphone to be able to bring people's attention to those issues, and I think particularly the issues that relate to consumers with disabilities are often overlooked and forgotten when we're talking about communications policy. So I do hope I appreciate your shout out to the CVAA. We worked hard with your office on it at the time, and I do hope you'll remember to talk about the importance of involving people with disabilities, and not just in a sort of a throwaway way, but really in a meaningful way of talking about how communications services that are accessible are better for everyone, and of course more useful for all consumers.
Thank you. Good points. All right.
Great.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you so much.
Thank you.
Well, this morning, am I back on? This morning we're joined, and I hope you'll help me by identifying yourselves by raising your hands or standing up. This morning we're joined by some members of FCC's Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. And there's, are you Marlon Blazinski? No? Okay, great. So I wanted to have, maybe you'll have to self-identify yourselves, but I know, is Joyce Dickerson here? Great. Joyce Dickerson, who is the chair, commissioner with Richland County Council in South Carolina. So if you could just come on over for a moment. And Vice Chair Marlon Blazinski. Are you in the room? Okay, and I'm sorry, are you with the? There's another jump. I'm sorry, you'll have to come on over. I don't have your name here, but you're also with the. I'm sorry. Tom Sloan, Representative Tom Sloan, come on over. I just want to give them a couple of minutes to say a few words to our committee from another committee. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much.
Welcome.
Good morning. And thank you, Madam.
Here, let me give you.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing us to be with you.
Oh, and there are other committee members here as well. Well, if you can, we've got a seat over here as well.
Okay.
Maybe why don't you introduce yourselves at the mics?
Okay.
If I missed you with my introduction. Did I miss you? I missed you, didn't I?
Sorry. Ken Fellman, City Attorney in Cherry Hills Village, Colorado. Andy Huckabee, City Councilman, Lenexa, Kansas.
And I'm sorry, I didn't give you a proper introduction, so...
That's fine. I'm Representative Tom Sloan from Kansas.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity and the privilege to be with you this morning. I am Councilwoman Joyce Dickerson from Columbia, South Carolina, and I am very pleased to be here to introduce my group this morning, our committee this morning, the IAC. Just to give you a little bit of the background on the IAC Advisory Committee was a federal communications appointee, which back in 1997 it was first established. The IAC predecessors, which was Local and State Government Advisory Committee, and in July it was changed from its name to the Advisory Committee to be called the body of the IAC, to reflect a greater balance between the state, local, and tribal government, and so that we will have a better representation across the board. The urban and rural representation also, as well as the we need some expertise in homeland security and rural matters. And on November of 2011, the FCC released a public notice announcing new members of the IAC who will serve for 2 years from the first scheduled meeting, which was held December 2011. While the Commission rules authority of a 15-member committee, the chairman announced 14 of those, and he left one of them vacant. And later I was appointed to be chair of this committee, and I am very pleased to serve with such a very well a level of expertise that I serve with, veterans who have been here for a long time, and I'm just coming on as a novice, and I really feel very privileged to have this opportunity to serve. As a matter of fact, I am just really pleased and thankful that I believe that both of these committees, both the CAC and the IAC, can complement each other, and I think what we bring to the table will bring a level of expertise, because we will be addressing mostly and mainly the same issues, although from a different perspective. And because we're coming from a different perspective, I just believe that as we work together to give the Commission some very good advice on some things that we feel that was better serve the unserved and the underserved, to me is very important, Madam Chair. And I think as we go along working together and sharing information, I think we'll be a strong body to make the Commission a more stronger body as we go forward. And so with that said, I'm just so excited to be here this morning, and we're privileged to have the opportunity to come, to let you give us this opportunity to come and visit with you this morning, because we feel that the issues that we are addressing are so very important and vital to the community, to our citizens, and to those that we serve on a day-to-day basis. And from my perspective, as a council member, I deal with these issues on a daily basis because of my constituents. They're always contacting me. Although I serve on an 11-member panel, you would think that I am the only one that's on that commission, because every time there is an issue, I don't care what jurisdiction it is, they call Councilwoman Joyce Dickerson. I'm like, don't you? They have my number on speed dial. But I think it's a very good thing, because when you have a presence, in my opinion, in your community, working with your constituents on a daily basis, having an open ear, I think that's a good thing when they know that you have an open door policy that they can always come to, and to me that is an asset. So with that said, I was going to introduce my vice chair to you this morning and let him say a few words, but I have veteran members on this committee who have...
Marlon just got
here.
Oh,
okay, Marlon, you're just on time. But I have veterans on this committee who have just been a tremendous asset to me. Ken and Tom, they have me on speed dial as well, and I think it's very good. This is our third time meeting, but we have made a bond. We have put together a bond because we are addressing issues. Our committee has 5 subcommittees, of which Ken chairs one. My vice chair, Marlon, is here. He's vice chair and chairs our broadband adoption. So we out of the 5 subcommittees, we are trying to reach across the board to make sure that we address those issues that we can bring to the FCC, and making sure that the advice we give and the comments that we make will reflect the committee and make sure that those things are very, very important to the unserved and the underserved. I think that's how I got involved, because I am so concerned about the unserved and the underserved around the nation. So with that said, if Marlon would like to have a few words, I'd like to share, turn it over to my vice chair, and if any of the other members would love to say anything, I would love to have them, would love to introduce them as well. Thank you so very much for the privilege, Madam Chair.
Hi, I'm Marlon Blasinski. I'm from King County, Washington, which is... Is this better? Yes. I'm from King County, Washington, which is the county that includes Seattle and Redmond. And I want to thank you for meeting with us. We're very interested in many consumer issues, as you are, and so we wanted to meet with you today to let you know of our interest, but also let you know of our interest in working with you, so that we're not working at cross purposes, and that if we're interested in similar efforts, that we can work together on those efforts and coordinate our activities with you. So thank you very much for having us today, and we look forward to working with you.
And I'd like to introduce Tom Sloan, Representative Tom Sloan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My only comments are that, as our chairwoman indicated, we are comprised of state legislators, local government officials, and I would encourage the members of the other council and the general public not only to look at how we can interact with the FCC, but also how we interact in our home constituencies, and particularly the 3 state legislators that are on the IAC. We all interact very extensively with our Public Utility Commission, and a lot of consumer complaints start and end at that level. So, speaking for the other 2 who are not here, and therefore, I can speak for them, we encourage you to get our contact information and use our resources, not only in the 3 states we represent, but all 3 of us are very active in the professional associations that legislators have, so we can carry messages to other states as well. Thank you.
And I also I would be remiss if I did not introduce Ken. But he's probably not a stranger. He's a veteran.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair and Chairwoman Berlin. I served on the original Government Advisory Committee, the Local and State Government Advisory Committee, so this is my second tour of duty, and I'm very pleased with how things are going so far with our relationship with the staff and the commissioners, and this is a new experience for me to have a joint meeting with another FCC Advisory Committee, so I think it's a great opportunity to move the ball forward on the issues that both committees are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for.
And I also would like to introduce Radhika from New York.
Hi, I'm Radhika Carmarker. I'm also, I guess Bruce has already introduced himself. I work with Bruce Riegel in New York.
You need to come to a mic or no one. There are people in the room who will be able to.
Hi, I'm Radhika Carmarker. I'm with New York City, and I work on franchising and consumer issues related to franchising and regulatory issues at the city. And I'm very happy to be here. I actually worked at the FCC for a decade before I came to New York, so it's really great for me. And I've actually spoken to Mitzi earlier, so it's good to meet you, Mitzi. And I'm looking forward to coordinating with both groups.
Great. Thank you all. And I do recognize you, Ken, because, and I can attest to the fact that you were with the original committee, because I came and spoke to you back in the late 90s. I remember after the Telecom Act passed, so I do recall that. This is a great opportunity. I'm so glad that you came here today, and we do have so much in common that we should look for opportunities to work together. So thank you so much for coming today, and perhaps we can come to one of your gatherings in the future. So
Yes, Madam Chair, I look forward to that. As a matter of fact, I would think it would be a great thing for, it's sometime in the very near future, once you work with your organization, committee, and we go forward with our committee, that we look at a joint, having a joint session if that's possible, because we could share a lot of information. And I'll also be remiss if I didn't thank my staff here for helping me to coordinate this so very much, and I'm so pleased to have them with me. Thank you again, and thank you for having us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Deborah? Stay in your seats. We're moving right into our next session group. Thank you.
And there's a little pointer. Did you see the little clicker thing?
Yes, I got the clicker.
And it's the
Sharon?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's a laser pointer.
Okay, everyone, stay in your seats. This is an important session we're going to have now, talking about the consumer complaint process and some reform that the FCC is working on and needs our help on. You all set?
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Great. So I'd like to introduce Deborah Broderson, legal advisor for CGB, and Sharon Bowers, Chief Consumer Complaints and Inquiries Division at CGB. So thank you both for joining us this morning. And if everybody's getting a little antsy, we will have a break after this session, but also just to let both of you know that sometime during this session we will be joined by Commissioner Pai. So we will take a break at some point. He is going to be joining us sometime between 10 and 10:20. So I'll be on the lookout, and we'll take a short 5-minute break during this session, and then we'll get back to it. So everybody stay in your seats for this great session. Thank you both for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Chairman Berlin. And thanks to the IAC as well, Chairman Dickerson and others who are here with us today. Sharon and I are very excited. Sharon drove all the way down from Gettysburg this morning. She was so excited she got here at 8:30. So that's how excited we are about consumer complaint reform, and to talk to you all about sort of the process that it's been underway for a little while, but we're definitely still in listening mode. So we have some, if not direct asks, then some pre-asks for you that'll come at the end of the presentation. So something to look forward to. Let me see if I can click. Yes. So, and we have a PowerPoint up. I assume that people who are attending on the phone have it electronically. So, but we'll talk through everything on the PowerPoint.
As Deborah said, I drove down from Gettysburg this morning across the battlefield, and it was just a beautiful morning and a beautiful sunrise. I actually saw a couple deer on the battlefield, so it was just a nice way to start the day. And I appreciate this opportunity to come down and speak with the CAC, and Deborah and I look forward to working with this group. Just to give you a little bit of background on the complaint and inquiry process, there are several methods in which a consumer can file a complaint or an inquiry with us. They can file online our Form 2000 complaint or 1088. We also have the slamming complaint form and the indecency form. They can send in it via our website. They could send it in what we refer to these days as snail mail, or they can fax it in, or in fact they can phone it in and we can take a complaint over the phone for them. CGB has a huge responsibility in tracking the complaints and inquiries and reporting it to our bureaus and offices that help develop our policy to help protect consumers. And we take this very important, which is why we're here today, to reach out to the CAC of how we can maybe improve our processes and talk to you about our complaint reform. We also report by topics on our quarterly report, which can be found on our website. And as I said, the complaint information drives proceedings, and bureaus often reach out to us and ask for data to help support proceedings.
That's right, support proceedings and at times even initiate proceedings.
Yes.
I mean, that's one of the exciting things about the working with the consumer complaints is that it's this direct hotline, literally, sometimes, from consumers to tell us what's going on, and sometimes we end up spotting trends much even more quickly than we could hear about them from lobbyists or consumer advocates, because the consumers are the ones who are directly affected. Click. So Sharon mentioned our quarterly complaint report. I put up some statistics from the most recent report, which was the first quarter, January through March. So we break our report down into inquiries and complaints. Inquiry is a question from a consumer about FCC policy, about the regulations, and a complaint is a request from a consumer to do something. Something happened to me. This company, I'm having a problem with this company, this service provider. Can you help me? So we had almost 18,000 inquiries in the first quarter and almost 90,000 complaints in the first quarter from consumers. So that's a lot. You can see our numbers are up, 29% in inquiries, 32% from complaints. So either something really bad is happening out there, or we're getting the word out to consumers, and we like to think that it's just we're getting word out to consumers, and they know that they can come complain to us. Although that, again, is something that we hope to work on as well.
Quick question about that. When you track complaints over a year-long period, do they go up and down over the year? So you're comparing it to the fourth quarter, but over a year-long period, are there quarters where complaints go up and down? So if you compared it to the first quarter of 2010, how would they compare to 2011 compared to 2012? Because I remember looking at complaints over a year long, and they tend to go up and down. So I'm just wondering how do they track over a year-long period of time?
Well, and that's part of the reason why we want to reach out to the CAC and to talk a little bit about our complaint process, because what we'd like to develop is that very type of tracking from year to year. When we put the quarterly report out, we don't specifically go back and then look up and down like within the month or within that general year. But we want to improve how we intake the complaint so that we can do more of a drill down, so we can see in specific subject matter if there is a change. Right now it's too broad, and that's why we want to work on our complaint reform and work directly with the bureaus on the subject codes that we use. And we're going to talk a little bit about this as well, specializing our team to deal with specific subject matter. So if we did see a spike in a complaint type, we would be able to identify it immediately.
Or a drop in a complaint type, which again could be good news, and something that the commission could share, like, hey, consumers are no longer complaining about this. Maybe it's something the commission did or the consumer advocates did that made things better sometimes. Again, from the same report, I pulled out our top categories for inquiries and complaints. For cable, billing and rates, broadcasting, programming, no surprise, wireless, licensing information, wireless and wireline, TCPA complaints, so unwanted calls, unwanted faxes. And then complaints, we separately track bundled VoIP complaints, again, cable, satellite, broadcasting, programming, and then unwanted calls. It's not surprising that those are the issues that consumers are concerned about. Yeah, please.
Mitzi Herrera, Cable and Broadband Administrator from Montgomery County. The last time when Joel was still heading, I think, the Bureau, if I recall right, we had talked to you about in your reports, you report the top complaints for that quarter. And that made it difficult to track between quarters. And we had suggested that if you instead reported all categories, then you would have the data that you'd be able to track. So one, I wanted to find out whether you had implemented that recommendation or are in the process of doing so. And the second is, I did want to ask you specifically, in the past, when people had called about cable service complaints, the commission had referred them to the local jurisdictions, the local franchising authorities. So are you representing now that you handle those complaints?
It's a difficult area. Most of the complaints that we get are from consumers who either have reception type issues through the DTV transition, or perhaps they have lost channels. And so what we try to do is refer the consumer to the local franchising authority. Now, we have had consumers complain that the local franchising authority hasn't been helpful. They haven't been able to get in contact with them. So we do what we can to advocate on behalf of the consumer. To the degree that we can, we try to get the issue resolved, but we're not always successful in that regard. But our first point is to reach out to the local franchising authority to resolve the issue.
So one is, in your reporting, are you tracking or reporting or maybe if you're probably not, but it would be helpful, is that I'm not sure where they fall within complaints or inquiries, where the resolution is largely a referral to another jurisdiction. Tracking that would be useful so you could understand the impact on resources. The other issue is that there are a minority of states, but it's significant, about 17, who have moved to a state franchising model for cable. And one of the concerns has been that gutted the resources at the local level to address those complaints. It's very hard to move resources into addressing those if we're hiding the problem by not reporting back that in North Dakota we had 950 complaints that we referred back, and in California we had 25,000, whatever it may be. So I would just suggest to you that doing that, and there are folks in this room from the Intergovernmental Relations Committee, and they can sort of be a good liaison for that as well. But it's very difficult if you don't report the data out.
Okay, very good.
Well, and that's something I sat in on the consumer complaint section of the IAC meeting yesterday, and that was one of the suggestions that was raised, one of the comments that was made was that strengthening the feedback between the commission and states would be really helpful. So I think that's something that we're definitely is on our radar.
So we are going to take a quick break from our presentation. Am I on? Okay. Because we are so fortunate to have Commissioner Clyburn with us this morning, and I will get right back. We'll get right back to your great presentation. So sorry. Thank you for being so flexible here. Thank you, Commissioner Clyburn, for joining us this morning. You have been so kind to come and address us before, and we're thrilled to have you here this morning. So thank you.
Thank you so much for being kind to taking a pause. I know you are all very busy, and I want to thank you for your willingness to serve and taking the time to be here. Once again, I always have to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Debbie Berlin, who's one of my favorite people on the planet. But other than that, I want to thank her for her stewardship for chairing this critically important committee. I also wish to thank, and she may be in the room, but if not, please tell her that I did, Chris Monteith, that all of the superstars in the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau who are on the front lines engaging with the public about what we're doing right, and yes, what we're doing wrong, and if our industry friends may be falling short. Speaking of friends, I am pleased to count Karen Pell-Strauss as one of them. Her voice is invaluable here at the FCC, and those long hours and hard work on the implementation of CBAA have been a major win for the disability community and for us all. So thank you so very much. The implementation of the Communications and Video Accessibility Act is a high priority for both the Commission and my office. It is essential that the more than 54 million Americans who are living with disabilities have the same level of access to advanced communication services as other Americans. To that end, there are two initiatives that come into effect next month that I'm especially pleased to highlight this morning. Starting July 1st, as you know, the Big Four broadcast networks, ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC, as well as the top 5 rated cable networks, will be required to provide audio descriptions of some of their popular programming for blind or sight-impaired viewers. This technology can be described as a sort of narration that will accompany the pre-recorded dialogue, and it will illustrate on-screen action for popular comedies, dramas, and children's programming. These regulations may escalate over time in terms of the number of required stations and hours. Also set to launch next month is the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program. This program provides up to $10 million per year for the local distribution of communications equipment to low-income individuals who are deafblind. The first phase of this program, national outreach, will begin next month and will be conducted by the Perkins School for the Blind in partnership with the Helen Keller National Center for Deafblind Youths and Adults and Fable Vision, Inc. Both Perkins and the Helen Keller National Center are doing a great job to serve the needs of millions of Americans who live with disabilities, and will get the information about this program out to consumers and service providers. These are two solid ways that the Commission is working to address the communications needs of this community, and I have no doubt that the committee will come up with many more creative ways for the FCC to do more. We've been busy in other areas as well. The Commission adopted reforms to the Universal Service Fund. You might have heard about that. Updating the fund to meet modern day realities and putting it on a more sustainable path going forward. Mobile service usage has exploded, and broadband access is a key gateway by which many Americans obtain critical information and services. So the Universal Service Fund needed to be updated to reflect these current realities. The reforms we adopted this past October will promote significant broadband deployment to millions of unserved consumers over the next 6 years. What's most important to me is that our reform carefully balances the need for certainty and predictability for carriers by avoiding flash cuts and providing transitions so carriers may adjust to the changes. It is no secret that I have a deep connection to rural America, and I believe that these reforms will allow us to come even closer to achieving Congress's goal of providing all Americans access to affordable voice and advanced communication services. I recognize, however, that current efforts to modernize the fund may not resolve all of the issues that were raised in the proceeding. So this agency continues to work very hard to hear everyone's concerns and address them in a timely fashion. At all times, we have had an open door policy, and we've worked diligently towards resolutions that benefits consumers and help us achieve our universal service goals. I wish to mention one final thing. This April, the Commission adopted rules to protect Americans from telephone cramming. Many consumers fail to realize when there are unauthorized charges on their bills, so these charges often go undetected for months or even years. Our new rules strengthen the Commission's disclosure requirements on telephone companies so that consumers will have an easier time spotting crammers. This is an ongoing process, however, and much more can be done to protect consumers. If there are any additional ways to empower consumers to prevent cramming, we want to hear about them. So the comment period in this proceeding will remain open until June 25th, and I encourage you and all others interested to participate. So Debbie and the committee, thank you for once again for your unselfish commitment to public service, and I am grateful to be a partner in remaining engaged with you as we make this communications and media marketplace more inclusive. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do we have time for a question? And yes. Great.
Hello. Good morning.
Dorothy Watts speaking from the Huntington National Channel. I'd like to applaud FCC for all of their efforts on behalf of people with disabilities. I'm curious, many of the things that are happening right now are doing very well for some of the people with some specific kinds of disabilities. But I know that a lot of these things that are happening does not have anything that's available for people who are hard of hearing, deaf, and very low vision, who don't read Braille and cannot benefit from interpreting services. Many of the senior citizens and many other people who are deafblind, who are low vision and deaf or hard of hearing, prefers large print captions when you talk about TV programs being captioned, where they be able to have the capability of making them large print so that people can read them. Those kinds of things have not been addressed, not that I know of, or maybe I missed it. I just wanted to bring this up for everyone's attention. Thank you very much.
I appreciate you so much. Well, very nice to meet you, number one. I appreciate so much you affirming some of the challenges. And in terms of the communities in which there might be multiple challenges, I assure you that there is more enhanced attention. I think I mentioned it a few moments ago, again, to those challenges, and we are constantly engaged and are being more affirmative in that end. So I think you will see over the coming months and years that the what you would have been disconnects to that end, I think you will be increasingly pleased over the next few months that those issues with persons with, again, more enhanced challenges will be addressed.
Does anyone on the phone have a question? Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
once
I appreciate
again
it.
for coming.
And I appreciate your engagement and your willingness to work with us and both challenge us on the issues we all care about.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deborah and Sharon. So back to your presentation.
Thank you.
10:14. One notification. Slide to view.
So I think, Sharon?
Yeah. Okay.
Slide to power lock.
No, I just wanted to follow up. I don't think we answered both parts of the last question about the discussions that had happened about releasing all of the complaint categories. I think that's something that might have left. I think there's something Joel was invested in. Joel left the Bureau, and I think it might have dropped off our radar. So it's something that we'll bring back and talk to Chris about, because I know it's not something that had been in discussions lately. So I appreciate you sort of bringing that back up to our attention.
As we start our process of reviewing the complaint and inquiry reform, some of the objectives that we're trying to overcome is we want to improve our consumer web interface. And if you are familiar with our website, you can click on the toolbar in front and you can comment or you can complain. Once you click on complain, it takes you to two navigation screens that, depending on how a consumer answers a specific question, it leads them to a series of forms. Now, Deborah and I have been here a long time, and we know how to complain about things because we've been here a long time. But how does the average consumer complain? I make a personal note to check my wireless bill every month to make sure there's no cramming on there, that they're not charging me the 99-cent data charge. But how do consumers complain? How do we educate them, and how do we get that complaint data captured and going in the right direction? So we want to look at how we intake the data. We also want to ensure consistency. I have a group of staff in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, 30 CAMs, Consumer Advocacy and Mediation Specialists, and then I have a group here in D.C. And one of the challenges that we have is a lot of the complaints are subjective. and Deborah and I could code a complaint. She could code it one way, and I could code it another. So a way that we've looked at this is to reach out to this group and ask you how consumers are complaining, what terms mean something to a consumer, and then to specialize our staff into that specific subject matter so that we can catch some of these spikes. This will also help us improve the accuracy of our coding and of the data that's coming through, and help us to better enhance the information that we provide to the bureaus for regulatory activities.
So I think Sharon already mentioned some of the challenges that we face, and you can probably imagine some of them as well. If you've ever filed a complaint with us, maybe you have some other challenges you'd like to bring to our attention. A complaint that we hear fairly often is that the consumer interface can be kind of complicated. Or maybe you know exactly what you want and you have a pretty sophisticated understanding of what you're complaining about, but that category isn't really on our website. And, that's something that we're working on. As anyone who works in telecom knows, the issues change overnight. New technologies develop. We can't always update our website in time to capture new issues. So that's something we're definitely working on, ways to make the complaint categories general enough to capture everything, but specific enough that it helps us. Because if everyone just files a complaint, then we have to read all of them manually. And also we know that we can use jargon. Sometimes the terminology doesn't make any sense. I mean, wireline makes sense to us. I don't know how much sense it makes to a lot of consumers. So that's a struggle.
I just had a question. Yeah, sorry. On the coding issue that you were just raising, Radhika Carmarker from New York City, and I just was on the coding issue that Sharon was raising. One thing that I know we're trying to figure out is that we do get complaints about sort of broadband or triple play, and we are trying to figure out how much of those things are kind of falling through the cracks because of sort of uncertainty in that area. And it would be useful to get a feel of when those issues come into you. I noticed that the category was sort of broadband VoIP, but what is the question? Is it a billing question? Are they confused about what plan they signed up for? Is it a service question? The internet is going out too frequently, or it's not at the I mean, I know there's separate things being done at the FCC on speeds and so on, but just that type of, and then I would also reiterate with Mitzi that just the regional or the state by state or whatever area breakdown. But
agreed. Good point.
Issue.
Good point.
Scott has a question, yeah.
Actually, I wanted to say thank you guys. We're really pleased that you all are taking a look at these issues and the coding questions as well. We're certainly
identify yourself.
Oh, thanks, Deb. Scott Bergman with CTIA, and just wanted to say thank you to you all for undertaking this review of how the complaints come in, how they're coded. We're very interested in that as well too, because we're interested in feedback. And one of the things I noticed is that when you put up the top complaints, the one for wireless was TCPA, and so that's always very much of interest to our industry, because interestingly enough, those complaints are really about unwanted calls and texts from third-party marketers as opposed to from wireless providers. So, and when you look at complaints sort of in the mobile space, that is by far the greatest area of complaints. So having some additional visibility into where customers are actually having problems, I think will probably help the Commission in its policy-making efforts and in its enforcement efforts to sort of know where to focus its resources. So thank you guys for that, and we're happy to engage with you and help try to be partners in that effort.
Well, and I think there are different models for transparency in our consumer reports, our quarterly reports, and I think just the kind of data analysis that we're hoping to increase, it sounds like would be of help to almost everyone in the room, and I think to the Commission as well. So that's definitely something that we would love to work toward.
This is great.
Let me click ahead.
Some internal solutions that we've been looking at is to first start coordinating with the bureaus. I mean, we have our contacts with the bureaus, but a really in-depth look at what are the bureaus' needing to support their policy. Review our category codes. As Deborah had said earlier, some of our codes are redundant, some of them are legacy codes that have been around for quite some time. And as we know, as wireless, as the technology advances, we're behind the times a bit. So to review those category codes, redrafting the codes to ensure that they are accurate, they're clear to us and clear to the consumer when they go to file that complaint online. Ensure that our CAMS, Consumer Advocacy and Mediation Specialists, have the latest consumer guides that will coordinate with the codes and the rest of what the FCC is doing. So we're all speaking from one page. And increasing the analysis of the data. And back to your question, we also have subcategories of codes. So we probably need to take a look at the subcats to make sure that they make sense for how the codes are captured, to drill down to the billing or the service issues as it relates to broadband or, other issues.
And one of the challenges that we didn't mention, but again that I think would be pretty obvious in this room, is that consumers just don't always know what their problem is. So, it's consumer complaint reform only makes sense if you're also reforming consumer education, and that's why we want to coordinate every time a new consumer-facing item comes out of the commission. We want to make sure that we have consumer guide ready to go, that we have the CAMs educated to take calls, that we have our website updated. So it's all part of the same process. So this is the part where, this is the part that for you guys, and I think we'll be talking and working more with your chairperson on. Ken has a question. Please.
Hi.
Identify yourself.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Ken McEldowney, Consumer Action. Before we get to the codes and the fun stuff, I guess I had a couple questions. One is that, do you track the complaints by language?
That's a good question. No.
Okay, that's a.
I mean, by English, Spanish.
Yeah.
What do we take? We intake in English and Spanish. Is that right, Sharon?
We do. We do intake English and Spanish.
Sign language.
And sign language.
No, I guess my question goes. What? Yeah, my question goes beyond that. Certainly, I'm with Consumer Action, and we handle complaints in English, Spanish, Cantonese, and Mandarin. But more importantly, I think we track the complaints by language. And then I think if you're not tracking complaints by language, you're going to end up not knowing at all in terms of whether or not you're adequately reaching those populations. So, for example, we had a very major cell phone scam that was being pushed in the San Francisco Chinatown, and also in the Vietnamese in the San Jose. You can't get that information unless not only do you handle information in those languages, but also track them by a language. Second thing is, do you, on your website, is the complaint form available in Spanish?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Those are good suggestions.
And we do translate our consumer guides. They're all translated. They're all available in English and translated into Spanish. And some of the most consumer-specific guides we translate into other languages. So we have, for the digital television transition, we had, I don't know how many languages, 10, or I don't know. I had a big sheet of them. I don't remember. So, but I think that's an excellent point for your internal discussion. Yeah. All right, so we were at the fun stuff. I think we'll be working with your chairperson on the sort of specifics of this. We wanted to highlight the things that we think the CAC would be really helpful for, and we also have sort of general suggestion to throw out to the IAC as well. So for those of you in the room, so we mentioned our complaint codes. We have codes when consumers call in. The CAMs categorize the complaints and the inquiries. A lot of them are so specific, so technical, that there's the chances that a consumer is going to call up and complain about this, very slim. So we would really like to think of, to brainstorm keywords. If you're a consumer and you have this kind of problem, give you a description of the problem, how would you describe it? What kind of words would you use? That would be really helpful. It seems like something we should be able to do, but we just haven't really done that well on that. Also, testing our online complaint system. I know some of you have already mentioned this, and I heard in the IAC yesterday about our online system. And I hear from friends, you know, my aunt wanted to file a complaint about something, and she couldn't figure out how to do it on your website. So practice filing a complaint up to the point where you actually file a complaint, ideally. You know, are our forms cleared? Do you have extra information? There's nowhere to put it. Are you just not able to find the right category? Should we have a more generic category? Would that be helpful? All of those are the kinds of sort of beta testing issues that we would love the CAC's help with. And the IVR. Sharon, you want to talk about the IVR?
Yes. The IVR is the voice that you hear when you call 888-CALL-FCC. You might hear my voice. You might hear a CAMS that works for me, their voice. You might hear Deborah's voice. We're not really sure whose voice is all through the IVR. That's our point. We need help with the content on the IVR and the quality of the IVR. And we just recently moved our Gettysburg office to VoIP, VoIP. And we have some enhancements that we can make to the IVR, but we would like to know what makes sense to a consumer. And we've all called IVRs. We've all had experiences, good or bad, and we would like to know what suggestions you might have. And what we're looking at is, first of all, sometimes the IVR doesn't help. You really do need to speak to someone. And we're ready to speak to consumers who need our assistance. But then there's times that we're all busy. You don't really need to speak with someone. You just need an address. But we would like to know, how easy is it to get to a person? We'd also like to know if the options make sense on our IVR. Are they clear? Are you pushing the right button and getting to where you think you need to be to get the question answered? We also have the a universal licensing system, which handles all of our licensing questions. So many times folks who have a licensing question end up in our shop, and our stuff ends up in their shop. And we'd like to know how we can better communicate that to consumers. Is the language plain? Again, no industry terms. Are we really advising folks properly on how to get to where they need to be to get their question answered? Of course, our voice recordings, a lot of the recordings are dubs. We really don't have a professional voice. I'm as about as professional as it comes, so that's scary. But you know, it's dub overs and retakes, and you know, let us know where we need to make some real improvements there. And then if we had money, I don't know, Chris, do we have money? Mm-hmm. If we had money to make some changes to our IVR, what one thing could we do that would really be meaningful to a consumer calling through our IVR? Would it be touchpad where they could check on the status of a complaint? Would it be an interactive voice where they actually talk through and it leads them through? What technology could we put on the IVR that would really be meaningful and be helpful? So that's what we're looking at for our IVR project.
And I know we're almost out of time. Just for the IAC, for those of you who are in the room, I think sitting in your consumer complaint session yesterday, what struck me was that we could definitely improve the path for communication between the commission and the states, local governments, local entities, especially the referral process, which came up again today. So I think that working with us to determine best practices for that kind of improving that communication, enhancing, reporting back to the states on complaints on a state-by-state basis, definitely something that we would love to talk to the IAC. And to the extent that the CAC has input in that as well, absolutely. So I think that's our presentation. I think if we have time for questions, I'll defer.
Excellent. Yes, we'll start with questions. We anticipate Commissioner Pai's arrival, but we have some time for questions. So if you could, I see numerous. Everybody's been busy raising cards. And Paul, put your card up. Don't just so I remember. All right, I'll remember that you are putting your card up. I'll try and remember that. I have no idea what order people did this in, so I'm just going to start on this side of the room. Mary, then Paul, because I just saw Paul's go up. So Mary, then Paul, and then I'll continue down around the room. So Mary.
Hi, I'm Mary Crespi with Verizon. It's good to see you, Sharon. Since you asked about the website, there's one issue, unfortunately, that is an increasing problem for customers of wireless services, and that's text spam. And as a consumer, unfortunately get text spam, and I know what to do, so I went to the FCC's website to complain. It is not it's not an easy category. You think it would be, but it's not. If you go into the telemarketing complaint section, it says that's where you put in text spam, but once you go in there, there's no place for text spam. It's all about calls to your landline, and then if you go into the wireless section, there's complaints for calls and for emails and other things, but no text spam. And since it is an increasing problem, I think you might really want to zero in on that and make it very easy to complain so you can really gather information on what a growing problem this has become.
And just to let everybody know before we go into the Q&A session, we are going to be talking later about how we are going to participate in giving the FCC feedback. So we are going to have a process for this. So just to let you know that. Paul?
Thank you. Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for the Blind. Okay. Couple things. One is I think the disability community definitely wants to give you feedback on the website, and we need to do a structured way. So, Deborah, thanks for your comment on that already. On complaints, I want to this question started to be asked, but I want to try to understand it better. A couple things. One is there is, as our person from New York pointed out, there is a load of things that come under, I'm sure, broadcast programming, cable satellite programming as major complaint items, VoIP bundling. Are most of the programming related items, do they relate to missing channels, missing programs, indecency? I'm just mad because why the heck did they put Dallas on again? I mean, it was a terrible show to start. I don't know. I mean, and it kind of leads to my second question, which is what percent of the complaints are actually remediable or actionable that you get that can actually be acted upon? And then I guess the third thing, and it kind of gets back to using the data. What can be done? 90,000 complaints in a quarter seems like a lot, and if a high percentage of those are actionable, what can be done to push policies that potentially regulatory action at the Commission that might actually lead to fewer complaints needing to be lodged? Is that something you're looking at?
Well, first of all, Paul, everything that you mentioned, Major League Baseball, I think is it on? You're not sure? Can you hear me? Oh, I'm not close enough. Okay. Everything that you mentioned is the types of complaints that we see. I think you missed out Major League Baseball. They can't get their channel for that. And for the most part, what the CAMs try to do is advocate the issue, try to resolve the issue. And we are limited as to what we can do. I can't begin to tell you enough about the CAMs that sit on the front line to take the calls and deal with the complaints, because we are limited in how we can resolve some of these issues. And for the most part, I think we're able to handle the individual complaint to the degree that the consumer leaves somewhat satisfied, or at least knowing, here are your options to try to resolve the issue. Did you want to take the question on future?
I think the point you raised, I think your third point about how we can address these issues. We have this high volume of complaints. It's exactly why we're trying to improve our data analysis to help inform the kind of regulatory action the Commission could take, or not necessarily regulatory action, just cooperation with industry to see what we can do to address these consumer concerns. I mean, you asked what percentage were remediable. I don't know. we don't have statistics on that exact, because what is, I mean, if,
What's that?
some of that it's kind of subjective, but we certainly do our best to address each issue with a consumer or refer it to an entity, the FTC or a state PUC, who can. So, yeah. Sorry, we don't have any hard and fast stats on that. Sorry.
So I'm going to, if you don't mind, we have so many questions. We are going to get back to questions for just a bit, but I'm going to ask if folks could hold, and I'm going to ask Commissioner Pai to come to the table. It's my pleasure to introduce Commissioner Pai, who is the other new arrival to the Commission. And it's a pleasure to have you here today. You are also not a real stranger to the FCC. You served as a staff member in the Office of the General Counsel for several years at the FCC. And I hope that you will be a frequent visitor to the Consumer Advisory Committee. It's a pleasure to have you here today, and welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson Berlin. I appreciate the introduction, and thanks to all of you as well for taking time out of your meeting to accommodate me. I just wanted to say hello and introduce myself. I am Majid. I've got all of 4 weeks of tenure now at the Commission, so I feel like a grizzled veteran at this point of the communications wars. But no, seriously, it's been a fantastic reintroduction to the Commission. I love this agency. I love the work that we do, and I love this industry. And I think it's such a privilege to be able to serve in this capacity. I also wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing on the committee. I think a lot of times people, when they think about the FCC, at least people within this building, we think about products and services and devices and equipment, but none of that really means anything until the rubber meets the road, and the road is the consumer. And so the question is the industry, is the Commission doing everything it can to make the communication services and products that we all enjoy work for the consumer? And so to that extent, your input is extremely valuable. I think the Commission's decision-making is just enriched by having a variety of perspectives on these issues. And I know that from my own personal experiences, I was explaining yesterday to another committee that people have a lot of complaints about communications, and I've now become a more frequent recipient of such complaints, even from my own family. So I know that there's a lot of interest in making the industry work better for consumers, and so to the extent that I can play any role in helping consumers have a better experience, that's something that is certainly a priority for me. And I don't have anything beyond that other than to say it's good to be here. And if you have any questions, comments, I'd be happy to field them.
Does anyone have a quick question for the Commissioner? I know you have your cards up for the other questions, but you could raise your hand for this one if you have a question. Mitzi has a question.
The Cable and Broadband Administrator from Montgomery County. I was just welcome.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming to see us. I was just curious, is there one particular issue that is close to your heart or that you're looking to focus on?
I feel like I'm sort of a jack of all trades. I love the full panoply of issues within the Commission's jurisdiction. Some of the bigger priorities, I guess I would say, is spectrum policy writ large. I mean, obviously Congress has just given us incentive auction authority, and that's going to consume a lot of the Commission's time over the coming months and years. But all sorts of other spectrum policies, working with the federal government to relinquish or share spectrum, identifying other bands that can be either allocated more efficiently or it can be used more efficiently. On Tuesday or Wednesday, I guess it was, we voted on a 4.9 gigahertz item to improve the use of the band, which hasn't been used as much as we thought it would have. Back in 1999 and 2002. So really trying to get more spectrum out into the marketplace. And I think the reason is that the spectrum shortage ultimately redounds to the detriment of consumers. If there is not as much spectrum, then carriers feel like they have to impose more stringent policies in terms of voice and data use or increase prices. And ultimately, I guess as I was saying in my initial comments, where the rubber meets the road is the consumer is not going to have the same level or quality of service that he or she might have enjoyed previously. So spectrum policy, I think, is the biggest thing on our plate right now. I guess the only other, there are a bunch of other areas within the Commission is working on, but one of the other priorities, I guess, that our office has is trying to get to the Commission to be a little more nimble in terms of keeping pace with the marketplace and technological innovation. I've been struck in the last several weeks by how many companies across a variety of different communications industries have said that they're waiting for Commission action on X or Y, and regardless of what the action is, it would just be nice to have some certainty there. And so, to the extent that our office can play a role in these issues, we'd like to bring a sense of vigor and dispatch to the agency's decision making in order to benefit not just the industry but ultimately consumers.
If I could just quickly, that's great to hear, and I would just encourage you to look not only at that, but also within the FCC and your current rules. You have customer service regulations that you have not updated since they were first enacted in '92, and where you're limited in what you can enforce. You yourselves wrote the rules, and your lack of updating them inhibits the services you can provide. Your cable standards are still analog, not digital. We have a petition that's been pending on the AT&T that's been sitting out there for 3 years. So we'd be happy to do that, but I would just sort of encourage you. There's a long list of stuff that you've got in-house that probably is in some work process, and so giving it a kickstart may be what you need, and you could probably knock them out pretty quick.
Absolutely. Please do let us know. I mean, we have an open door policy in our office, and we welcome, if there's specific docket numbers or proceedings that you want us to take a look at, do let us know, because we've already taken action on a few things. And in my previous iteration in the General Counsel's office, I was always amazed that there were some proceedings that had been lingering for a couple of decades, in some cases without action. So if I have anything to say about it, that won't continue to be the case.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner, for giving us your time, and we look forward to seeing you again. So
Thanks.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for having
much.
me. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're talking here. We have so many questions, so little time, and that just seems to always happen. But this is so important, and we do want to figure out, we have our own process where we're going to be helping you with this, so we need to be well informed. We also need to take a break, and we have a panel coming up. I'm wondering, Scott, if when we probably do have time in the afternoon we will be talking about this process, and I'm wondering if Deborah and Sharon might be willing to come back when we're talking about our process, and if there's some time when we might be able to continue this discussion with questions. And maybe why don't we take a 5-minute break now, and we'll figure this out, because we don't want to lose your questions in this process, because this is so important. So let's see if we can figure that out. Let's take a 5 or 10, maybe, let's be realistic, let's take a 10-minute break, but please be back. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, because I know what happens. Bring everybody back to the table. So if everyone could have a seat. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see what happens. He may show up on time. So just to let you all know, what we're going to do with our schedule is that I've got Sharon and Deborah are going to come back at 11:50, and we're going to carve a little bit of time out of the Spectrum session at 11:50 and start our Spectrum session after. We'll have about 15 minutes for questions with Sharon and Deborah. Then we'll start our Spectrum session and slide our lunch. We'll see how much time we need for the Spectrum session. We have probably a little bit more time on the Spectrum session than we might need. We'll see. But then we'll see if we get back on schedule or not. But we can slide a little into the lunch if we need to. So we will have them back at 11:50, just to let you know. So we have a panel here. Before I introduce our panel, I know a number of people came in a little late this morning, so now's an opportunity to point out who you are and have you introduce yourselves to the group. Very quickly, just say your name and identify who you are with. So let's go around the room. If you didn't get a chance to introduce yourselves this morning, please do so now.
Okay, well, I'm one of them, Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind. I've been on time every other meeting, though.
Okay.
Charlie Ackford, National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates.
And make sure you raise your hand and give it a second, because the booth sometimes doesn't see you, and then we don't have it recorded. So say it again, Charlie.
Charlie Ackford, National Association.
It's still not up.
Use both hands. Wave them.
Charlie Ackford, National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates.
There we go. Anyone else on this side? Towards the back? Anyone in the back?
People were waving hands.
Turn the mic on you.
Oh, wait, there's...
Chris Baker, is it on? Chris Baker with AARP.
Irene Leach
Got you.
with the Consumer Federation of America.
Olivia Wine, National Consumer Law Center.
Julie Carney, Consumer Electronics Association, and this is like the walk of shame.
I really didn't intend that.
Mitsuko Herrera, K1 Broadband Administrator for Montgomery County, and I'm in fine company.
Okay. Thank you all. I just wanted to make sure that you were recognized. Okay.
And ridiculed.
Okay. So now we are really fortunate. This is a topic, of course, as you all know, that is so important, the broadband adoption issue. And our broadband working group, Mark and Chris, our working group chairs, could also pipe in on this. But we have three folks here. Cecilia, who is a member of our CAC, of course, and two others who are joining us to talk about broadband adoption. I will very, very quickly introduce them. Sitting right next to me, Elizabeth Crocker, who is with the Foundation for Rural Services, which is NTCA, National Telecom Cooperative. It's no longer telephone. It used to be telephone. Now everything is telecom. Telecommunications Cooperative Association. And sitting next to her is Thomas Kautsky, Chief Policy Counsel with Connected Nation. And our three panelists today are going to give us some updates on broadband adoption from various different perspectives, and so we're really pleased to have them here today. We didn't discuss an order for this, but I think it might be helpful to have Tom to have you start us off, because I know you have some stats and things like that for us.
Sure. Happy to. And if you could call up I have a slide presentation that's... there we go. Okay, that was simple. It's like magic.
Deborah, just quickly, I apologize. I'm sorry, Paul Schrader with AFB. Tom, I could not open your PowerPoint, and it came late in any event, so please be sure to speak out any of the information that's on the screen that needs to be communicated, because it's not going to be accessible, at least to me and perhaps others.
Sure, I will do my best, and I will. But to put a word of warning on that, I have a bunch of slides that I pulled from different presentations that have a lot of just adoption numbers. I don't intend to speak to them all. I really just kind of wanted to illustrate. I'll do my best to describe what the points I'm trying to illustrate, and then get you another copy that you can open.
Yeah.
I'd like to really thankful and appreciative of the invitation from Debbie and the FCC to speak here today. I used to work at this, actually, as we looked at the former commissioners, or the new commissioners, I used to work at this agency as well. I've had 2 stints at the FCC, most recently on the National Broadband Plan team. And so these are issues that I care very deeply about, and what's interesting about my current job is that I'm able to kind of go and study questions and issues related to broadband adoption and utilization that are facing America's communities. And there was one really point about I've been like a telecommunications infrastructure guy basically for much of my career, working with a lot of startup telephone companies, and coming to the national broadband team here at the FCC really made an impression on me in terms of thinking about the adoption and use challenge that this nation has. I mean, we can kind of debate, and we spend I don't even want to know how much money we spend. It's over $4 billion a year on infrastructure subsidies to get broadband out to rural areas, and that's certainly needed in a lot of instances and in a lot of cases. But when we have an important infrastructure that that's absolutely critical to economic growth and social development, and we have a third of the nation not adopting it or using it, sufficiently, that's a significant economic drag upon our country's economic future and social development. And there are even some instances, as I started my current job, we work basically with, I'll just kind of fast forward ahead on the slideshow, and we work with states and local governments to help them understand the broadband challenges that they face. We operate through the NTIA State Broadband Initiatives Grant Program, and I've listed the states and areas here, and to really let communities and states know about the challenges that they face. And so I think it's really important that you're talking about broadband adoption from the consumer perspective and from the adoption perspective, because it's absolutely critical that our country face these problems and that this agency face this problem in a realistic problem-solving way, not a headline-grabbing way, but in terms of actually getting some tangible results. Again, these are some very basic facts. You've all hear this. If you read enough speeches from FCC commissioners, you get all of these points eventually, so I'm not going to dwell on them. But the real important point is that as long as we have a third of the country that hasn't adopted broadband, two things happen. First of all, this has a direct impact on the case for future broadband investment and growth. In terms of the network side, it's very difficult to get constantly upgraded networks if if they're not necessarily fully utilized. But also the economic and social development. We have seen in recent years with the economic difficulty of this country a definite flattening in the broadband adoption curve. And this is, if there's like one or 2 points you take away from what I'm about to talk about, look at this graph on the right, which really shows an adoption of broadband to undertaking an S-curve pattern, where it starts off very low and then it escalates beginning in 2001, 2002 rather sharply up to until once it crosses about 60% of the United States households. And then it flattens off. It flattens off in 2009, 2010, and even starts to dip. And the dip is actually really concerning because it does indicate that there is some, as an economist would say, elasticity of demand for broadband service, that at certain prices people, start to think twice about buying it, and then in economic difficulties they start to think twice, they even start to think about disconnecting it. So that flattening is really important. On the broadband plan team, we have built a lot of the design assumption. This is actually called a Gompertz curve. There's a phrase for this S-curve adoption, and you see it for every consumer technology that has been put in place, from color TVs to VCRs to computers. They all follow this S-curve type adoption. They all flatten out some way. Now, for color TV, I think you could probably argue that at around 95% of TVs, it's not that big of a deal. But for broadband technology, if that S-curve flattens out at 65%, we have a significant social challenge and economic challenge in our country, because that is one-third of Americans that will not have the same opportunities for their kids, will face it more increasingly difficult to even do some things such as accessing basic government services. There was an interesting set of studies on how expensive it is to be poor in this country. It is actually very expensive to be poor. Because if you're limited and if you don't have a car and you're limited to the neighborhood grocery store, you pay more for milk. And if you have to take half a day to get your Social Security check processed, and wait in line because you don't have online access to do the same function, that costs you money. That's time you had to put your kids in, in childcare or that you had to take off of work. Just a few slides, and again, we'll happy to talk about, certain these numbers. Whenever I think about when Debbie invited me to do this, I almost instinctively, move towards thinking about the adoption gap among the elderly, because she's such a good advocate for the groups that she's worked with that these stick out. So I've indulged her with some statistics about, difference in adoption and ages. And I think the important thing to see here from this slide are not the numbers themselves, but to understand that there are different reasons why people don't adopt broadband service, and they do vary by age and demographic group. What we see here is that for young Americans or younger households, ages 18 to 54, the largest barrier to entry is cost. These numbers were actually demonstrated were gathered through state surveys that Connected Nation has done in our 8 states, and we've kind of aggregated these up. And we asked, these are scientific surveys, a telephone number, calling up people and asking what's the range of reason you don't buy broadband, and really kind of rationalizing these. So for younger Americans, age 18 to 54, the predominant reason they don't subscribe is cost. It's about 33% of them cite that as the reason. For older Americans, age 70 and older, the predominant reason they don't subscribe is relevance. As stated, there's a lot of ways that they can state relevance. We kind of group them up into relevance. And then kind of in the middle is digital literacy or a lack of digital skills. Also does vary by age. I think this is important because what it does, this is a little bit more about senior technology adoption, to show that even within the senior community, there's a wide range of demographic differences. I mean, I'll just point out one, which is of all seniors over age 70, the broadband adoption rate is 30%. But of seniors over 70 that live alone, the adoption rate is 17%. These are the individuals that would stand to gain the most by being connected to the rest of the world. And their adoption rate is basically as low as you see in just about any community. And I think that's rather striking. Again, this is one of the neat things about my job is I get to tell the survey guys what to survey. And so, exactly. We did, in terms of control for cost. This is not. I do in another analysis, but not on these slides. I have a different analysis that tries to separate out using a regression analysis. This is really just more of a statement of adoption rates. That is an interesting paper that we're going to be releasing in a couple of weeks. That's why I had to double check myself because I might have stolen the wrong slide. This is barriers. This is a slide that really kind of articulates some significant barriers among a different demographic group, which is low-income households with children. And again, I think the reason this type of research is important is because it tells us what we need to do in terms of solutions. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all. I'm going to skip ahead in the interest of time. We need to have solutions that are targeted towards bridging the specific gap that we're trying to address. A solution that's aimed at lowering the cost of broadband adoption is going to work in some communities or in some demographic groups potentially, such as low-income households with kids, where frankly those families don't need to be told about the importance and relevance of broadband to the future of their children. I mean, families understand that. So these are the families that are piling into libraries, constantly now, so students can do their homework. So for them, cost is the main barrier. For a group like senior citizens or other Americans, similarly situated Americans, such as those that live alone or other low-income families without children, lack of digital skills, a lack of relevance are main barriers. To overcome this challenge, we need to target the solutions based on the research results. Then you need to execute it, and then you need to assess and analyze the success stories. A couple really things I want to leave you with that are initiatives that are happening right now. The FCC has proposed to spend some portion of the Universal Service Fund on digital literacy funding. This is an open proceeding right now. I filed comments. There are things about the proposal before the FCC that I would do differently than the way they had done it. I'm happy to talk more in detail about it, but I do think this is an important opening that the Commission has signaled to say we think digital literacy or a lack of digital skills is a barrier to broadband adoption, and we're proposing to use universal service funds to help bridge that gap. I think, as a group or as individual, entities with a consumer focus, I think that is something, a proceeding you may want to think about getting involved in, either as a CAC or as your individual groups, because the FCC really could stand to hear a lot of voices about the need for digital literacy and training in that proceeding. You can't really see this because of the closed captioning, but another initiative the Commission has going on right now is a proposal to spend $25 million on a broadband pilot project for their low-income fund, the Lifeline Fund. Those of you that have been around the circle for a while know that the Lifeline Fund is a targeted universal service fund of over $2 billion a year that is targeted towards low-income consumers who purchase voice service. The FCC launched we heard a bit about this morning, they launched a general revamping of that program earlier in the year and have opened the door to transforming that program into a broadband support program. These are pilots. This is a pilot process that's basically going to take the next year. The FCC has solicited applications from service providers who are the recipients of these funds. Those applications are due on July 2nd. The idea behind the pilot is to come up with measurable data as to what types of price points would persuade low-income Americans to buy broadband. There is a focus on price as a barrier in this proceeding, which I know I just said you wouldn't want to have a singular focus. They have tried to build in digital literacy and other components into this program, but they haven't proposed to subsidize that in the context of the pilot. So there are some problematic aspects to the way the FCC has established the pilot. But without getting into those details, that is something else for this group I think would be interested in monitoring and understanding where, what the Commission does with the results of these pilots. I'm going to conclude really quickly here and just kind of note that, honestly, this year is a critical year with regard to the FCC's adoption programs and initiatives. There has been a lot of talk about doing things. There has been a lot of ideas floated around. There has been a lot of discussion about adoption being an issue that the Commission intends to really grab hold of. They do deserve credit for the Lifeline pilot program and for proposing digital literacy training as part of USF. But this coming year will be the year where we'll find out whether or not those proposals will come to fruition and in what shape and manner they form. Will we see the targeted, will we see the pilot programs go to areas that need it? I skipped over a couple slides, but one important fact that came out recently was that the territory of Puerto Rico has a broadband adoption rate of 31%. The territory of Puerto Rico is larger than half of the states in the United States in terms of population. If the state of Delaware, if we were looking and saw that the state of Delaware had a 31% adoption rate, while New Jersey had, not 85% and Pennsylvania had 75%, honestly, the chairman of the FCC would be driving over to Dover to give speeches about solving the broadband adoption gap in Delaware. That's the situation in Puerto Rico right now, 31%. That has a cascading effect on the island, and so we'll see if there's I'm hopeful that some of these initiatives that have been announced and that some of the programs that have been proposed will go to places like Puerto Rico in a very targeted fashion, where honestly in a way, when you're at 31%, it might even be a little bit easier to show success because it is clearly a significant problem for the territory, and the territory and the government is really trying to press forward and come up with tangible solutions. And the other point is that I think Cecilia can talk about this, but a lot of the BTOP programs that were funded for broadband adoption are going to start to wind down next year. Some of the original programs that were given funding in 2009 were 2 or 3 year programs, and what do we do with those success stories? Are we going to have to figure out which ones were successful? And in this next year, we're going to need to decide whether we're going to wind those down or not, or whether we're going to reinvest in them. And with that, I will turn it over to the rest of the panel.
Thank you. So, Elizabeth?
All right. I'm Elizabeth Crocker. I'm the Executive Director of the Foundation for Rural Service, and as Deborah mentioned, we are the philanthropic arm of NTCA, which represents rural telecom carriers all across the country. So we have about 600 rural telecom companies that we work with and about 400 associate members who provide services to those folks. And it's really been a very interesting couple of years for us as well. We really started the foundation as more education-based and working with youth primarily, and that's definitely changed over the past few years, and we've really had to branch out, and now we're in a lot of different areas. We've done a paper, which I talked to Deborah quite a bit about, on aging in place and the role of broadband. We're working on a smart agriculture paper with the role of broadband. We're just doing a lot of different things, and part of the reason we're doing them is because our rural communities need so much more right now. I'm laughing as he's talking. I was here 2 weeks ago with 100 teenagers from all over rural America, sitting in this room listening to 4 of our commissioners speak, and one of the questions one of the commissioners asked was, how many of you 16, 17-year-olds have helped your parents and your grandparents learn how to get on the internet? And pretty much every kid in the room raised their hand. So it's kind of fun to see that statistic and see it in reality as well. Interesting thing about the foundation, we do a lot of different things. We do bill stuffers and mailers for our telephone companies to educate the rural customers. So we're working on internet safety, online safety. We just did one on cyberbullying. We're going to do a mailer on aging in place, and they can get that information out to their customers. We do white papers, and I brought our most recent one because we've been talking about it a lot, and I'd be happy to give you a copy if you're interested, on aging in place and the opportunities that are out there. We're really trying to encourage our telephone companies and our telecommunications companies to see the potential in these opportunities, because if they can get out in their community and provide these services, the community is stronger, they have a larger customer base. There's a lot of win-wins, and this is it was a great sort of synergy for us in reaching out to new communities. I want to talk about a couple different things. The first one is our grant program, because we've had some really fun success stories with that. So I'm really the grassroots person. I'm the one who's out there. I'm talking to our members. I'm in the rural communities, and I see some of the stuff in action. I had talked to them a few weeks ago about one of our telecom companies in Oregon, which I just love this story, but it's Clear Creek in Oregon. And I walked into their office and said, well, why do you have all these laptops in the lobby and all these computers set up in the lobby? And they had some teenagers sitting there working on them. And I thought, well, that's interesting. Is it some kind of work program? Well, no, they just hire teenagers to come in after school and sit in the lobby because they find that so many people come in to pay their bills, which I know, and I've said this before, is unimaginable for us in Washington, but people actually go into the company and pay their bill in person. We don't do that here. But it is. In rural communities, something that happens very regularly, and they have the teenagers there surfing the internet, and they have folks come in, oh, what are you doing? And sit down next to them and talk to them, and next thing you know, they're showing them things on the internet. It's a very, very basic grassroots level, but it's something that's kind of fun and that works. In Toledo Telephone in Washington State, one of our board members actually at FRS was telling me that he had a jump from 40% to 70% through his BTOP program, and part of it was really just the computer classes they offered on site at their telecom, and that's something that I think our rural telecom members do amazingly well. Our telecommunications companies have amazing customer service, phenomenal customer service. They have geek squads, they have folks that are going into people's homes and helping them, and the real difference for them is if somebody has a problem with their broadband, with their connection, with anything going on in their home, they see those folks in the grocery store. The general manager of that company sees them at church on Sunday, at the grocery store on Monday, and those people are complaining to them directly. In a small town, there's nowhere to run. So they really and truly thrive on good customer service, and it's very, very important to our members. One of the other ones I love talking about, and somebody had mentioned it during our last panel, they asked me about a mobile computer lab and if anyone had done anything with that. We had just given a grant in 2011 to Lackey Pearl Economic Development Authority in Minnesota for a mobile computer lab, and our money kind of finished off their project and allowed them to move forward with this. So they have a sort of shuttle bus that goes to 6 different communities. It's handicap accessible. They have a Kindle, an iPad, a digital camera, and 7 computers on the bus. And they actually drive around to different communities, to senior centers. They really focus on seniors and sort of below income levels, and they really try to get out there and work on adoption on a very grassroots level again. They sent me a picture of it last night. I was calling and asking them some questions about the program and how it was going, and it's really, really cool to see that in action. They are actually serving 30 people a week right now, which may not seem like a lot to us here in Washington, but for a small rural community, that's a lot of folks that they're reaching through that program. One other thing that we're doing at the foundation is we're doing foundations of computing and basic digital literacy classes. And this one is kind of surprising, I think, but when we go to one of NTCA's meetings with 3,000 telecom association folks, we have a lot of people who are on the board of directors of these companies, and many of them have been on that board for 20, 30, 40 years. They're not necessarily telecom people with a telecom background. Many of them are farmers. And so, they come in and you would think they might have a stronger background, but they don't. So we actually offered a class at a recent meeting and just had overwhelming popularity for a basic digital literacy class. And it's interesting, the first thing a lot of them ask, well, how do I Skype with my grandkids? So but it's always a great inroad, and it's a great way to get people interested and engaged in it. I have a wonderful slide, I wish I had it with me today, of one of my friend's children at 6 months old. She has her baby in a bumbo seat Skyping with her grandmother across the country in a rural community. But I love that photo because it really shows what opportunities are out there and what a great way it is to get people engaged and interested, and then maybe they can take that next step. So, we have a lot of kind of things going on at the foundation. I've been happy to talk to you all about them in more detail, but it's just a very exciting time for us. I kind of let the folks at NTCA work on the policy side and do lobbying side. That's their gig. So when we start getting into infrastructure and costs, I defer those questions to them. But on the foundation side, we're really about investing in our rural communities and making sure they have the tools they need. And I will tell you, just on a side note as well, our 100 teenagers that were here last week, 2 weeks ago, they asked some pretty tough questions. I got to tell you, the commissioners, I think, were a little taken aback by some of the questions they asked. But it was kind of fun to see how engaged they were in this whole sort of issue, talking about digital divide between rural and urban areas in terms of adoption and that sort of thing. And so I think we have a really great group of young people coming up that are asking some of these tough questions and hoping to push some of these adoption issues forward for their communities as well.
That's great. Thank you, Elizabeth. Cecilia.
Thank you, Deborah. I'd like to thank Deborah and the Broadband Working Group for giving me an opportunity to talk about a very interesting gathering that the Benton Foundation and Connected Living co-hosted. And some of you actually were there. Deborah was in the audience. Mitzi was in the audience. Chris Baker helped me out on one of the panels. We had decided some time ago, based on our involvement in Illinois with the Connected Living BTOP program, to look deeper into some of the policy solutions that might emerge from this major federal investment that has been made, and as Tom points out, is coming to an end very soon in the BTOP Sustainable Broadband Adoption and Public Computer Center grants that had been made in 2009. And so what we wanted to do was take a look specifically at what we consider one of the most vulnerable populations, and that's low-income elderly. And the NTIA had identified about 20 programs funded through the BTOP grants that addressed issues or actually provided services for unserved and underserved communities of low-income elderly. So what we did on the 22nd was tried to take a very close look at one of those projects that had built-in evaluation from the very beginning of the process. And unfortunately, when BTOP started, there were a number of us, including Charles Benton, who sat on this CAC for several terms, who made a lot of meetings here at the FCC, but primarily at NTIA at the time, asking what efforts are going to be made to evaluate this investment from the beginning so that we know what approaches work in what communities, what solutions can be made mid-course, so that at the end of this investment we come away with really strong data, similar to what Tom was talking about what approaches work and how then to use that to inform policy as we move forward in bringing the entire nation into good use of 21st century telecommunications technology. We need to do that. Unfortunately, I think very few projects really had the same kind of attention to strong third-party evaluation that Connected Living had. We looked at that as a real asset for that for that project. We found some very interesting findings based on their, at least their initial evaluation. They'll be doing their last round of surveys and final evaluation this summer. But some of the things that they're looking at are, in addition to the barriers that Tom had pointed out, I think what emerged from the discussions on May 22nd were some additional barriers, and one of the low-income elderly, anxiety is one of those intangible barriers that as a person increases in age becomes even more apparent when it comes to technology. And again, you've seen this through every new iteration of technology. It doesn't matter if it goes from the radio to all the way through broadband access. As we get older, there's a fear that if you touch something new, you might break it. If you touch the computer, you're going to break it. So what implications does that have on how we do sustainable broadband adoption training? Do we do it in a person's home? And I think there was a tension that kind of emerged throughout the day on the 22nd. There were those who were saying we really have to have a computer in every elderly person's living space so that they're always connected, they always have access. Then there were others who argued equally passionately that no, what's more important is where does that person learn best? Is it maybe in a senior housing project if there is a computer lab on site, instead of having a computer in that person's living space? If they're in a common area where there's access to trainers and access to other people and access to the kind of support that they need right then, it may be better for them in that learning. So in other words, as Tom pointed out, there is no one-size-fits-all solution to bringing this most vulnerable population online. We will have, I don't want to talk about the whole day because we spent 8 hours at this. It was very interesting. We looked at skip line. Yeah. We did, Tony Wilhelm actually came in from NTIA and gave luncheon remarks. And the interesting point that he made is that by 2015, there will be more people in the United States over the age of 60 than under the age of 15. I thought that was very compelling. I guess my thinking was just the opposite. That the younger age cohorts were greater in number, but the fact is we are an aging population, and so we have to pay attention to this because low-income seniors are not part of the digital economy, and we need to make sure that we do whatever we can learn, whatever we can from this major federal investment. We can't let it go to waste. We have to see what can we learn from BTOP. How can we adopt those to policies that bring everyone online in a comfortable way, in a way that protects their privacy, that helps with the anxiety. There's another finding that we heard from a number of speakers who said that, contrary to popular opinion, issues of isolation are actually mitigated when elderly begin to get engaged online. There was this theory that has been floating around that the more we engage in computers and we're stuck to, instead of face-to-face communications with people, that we get more isolated. Well, at least anecdotally, the Digital Inclusion Initiative that was done by Senior Service America in collaboration with Generations Online is finding just the opposite, that as people get more engaged with family communications, with seeing a world outside of their living quarters, that's actually helping to fight isolation. The other thing that we learned that I think is very exciting and particularly pertinent to any efforts in terms of developing a digital literacy core, at least 2 of the projects that we talked to on May 22nd reported back that peer coaching seniors who come through a training and then turn around and begin to train their peers. It's a very successful approach in at least 2 of the projects. Intergenerational is also a very good approach, and the New York Oats project shows a lot of good synergy between young people and the elderly. But again, peer-to-peer also is very, very significant. Now I want to stop there because I'd like to hear questions from the audience around this.
Yeah. Whoops. Thank you all. That was great. We got so much information there. Fantastic. So let's do, Chris, is your card up for a question? Excellent. Okay. Raise your hand, identify yourself.
Chris Baker.
You weren't on.
Chris Baker. Chris Baker.
Hello, over there in the booth. Let's try it again.
Mark DeFalco.
I think you're on now. I think you're on.
That worked.
I think that worked.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank the panelists for coming. A lot of interesting information. Although I do have to admit I'm a little disappointed with some of the statistics that they didn't include any mention of quality, and the quality of broadband is so important. I mean, saying you have broadband adoption is sort of like saying, well, you don't have to walk. You can take a bike, you can take a car, you can fly in an airplane. It's not the same thing, and it's important to recognize that the services that can help older adults in many ways require a little more quality and speed. So that's point one. Point two, I think, is digital literacy is so important, and I agree with you. And I think the Benton Foundation's work on this is great. But it's also important to look at the technology as well. Digital literacy is about trying to get people to adapt to the technology. I think it's also important to have technology that works for people, and making these devices easier to use and more intuitive, I think, will get rid of a lot of the anxiety that older adults have. And there just doesn't seem to be as much focus on that in the policy circles. So
I'd love to jump in on that one if you don't mind,
Sure.
Because this paper that we just put out really addresses that. And one thing we're really encouraging our telcos to do, a few of them have taken a really strong lead on it, and we're trying to show that as an example and say, look what all the other companies can do. And they're really offering opportunities for folks to age in place with remote monitoring and video conferencing. In fact, one of our board members from Tennessee told me she just went to all 5 hospitals and gave out this paper and started talking to them about video conferencing. One of the interesting things in there was psychiatry, which is one of the easiest things to do, and really especially for people in rural communities who are so far from specialists and have to drive so far to get someplace, they might not actually do it, but they might go to their local hospital that doesn't necessarily have a specialist, but get online and do a video conference. And so we really are trying to provide some of those opportunities and encourage. For us, again, it's a win-win. The telcos have a broader business base. They're investing in their community, making it stronger, and we're really providing better services for the folks who live there. So we really are trying to do that more and more in our membership.
Yeah, and I self-edited my slides, so I'd be happy to get with you afterwards, because we do have, part of our surveys do include quality and technology measurements too. I just didn't throw them up there. But I'm happy to share those with you. Is actually there's an interplay here between supply and demand that's important to understand. I actually think for a lot of particular applications of broadband technology would rely upon a ubiquity of service networks, particularly of the wireless variety. A thing like a remote monitoring device, to help an elderly diabetic patient, remotely monitor, their condition over time does not necessarily require that person to be a subscriber to broadband service. What that requires is for somebody to invent the device that utilizes an LTE wireless network, much like buying a Kindle device doesn't require you to be a Sprint subscriber, even though it uses the Sprint network to get you the book. I think we'll start to see a lot more of those types of devices. As 4G services as 4G service gets rolled out, I think we'll see a lot more device type uses of broadband that will benefit a lot of particularly elderly, but also educational tools. But at the same time, that is a very useful thing to have, but also there is a dependence on the ubiquity of that. I mean, if that's only available to 85% of the United States, that's now 15%. That people won't be able to take advantage of that device. But also, it doesn't necessarily engender the growth of technology skills that our country needs from its workforce. We have an interesting job skills gap right now where there is a shortage of workers qualified to perform technology-related jobs, and yet we have 8% unemployment, and we have more people out of work now than we've had in most of the last generation. So there is a skills gap that also needs to be addressed, which I think things like digital literacy training and getting computers and devices into homes so that and into schools will help overcome that skills gap.
I think Mitzi, Lisa, Mark.
Mitzi Herrera.
Sorry, Ken. Ken's in there somewhere. Sorry, Mitzi. Sorry.
Mitzi Herrera, the Cable and Broadband Administrator for Montgomery County. I guess what I'm interested in is your outcomes data and how that's driving you to change things. In Montgomery County, Comcast, as part of the NBC Universal merger, had to launch the Internet Essentials program, or at least market it, which is a $10 a month service eligible to families who have a child. At the time, it was eligible for free meals, and now they've expanded it to free and reduced meals. They have had a year of experience with that program. In Montgomery County, and so I'm saying this because let me just say it. In Montgomery County, there are 47,000 children in public schools who are enrolled in free and reduced meals. They thought that might translate out into 9,700 eligible households. Of that, after a year, they had 353 families apply. They approved 202, and there were 165 that were activated. That is after a year of trying to promote this. They worked somewhat with schools. They had various messages that come out. And I'm saying this because we're working with Comcast, and we actually had a very good meeting. I think I copied several people here on an agenda in which we brought together people who are working with low-income clients to try to see how to expand that. And the reason I point it out is because what we're doing is not working. And the only reason we know that it's not working is because we're actually honest with ourselves about tracking the outcomes of our efforts. And that is spurring us to try to figure out new ways. For those things, in particular with that program, we're trying to figure out, we have people in phone banks who are willing to set up in low-income houses so that you can come down and fill it out. We're trying to figure out a plan of could you have them bring the letter in which they're eligible for the program, and Comcast finds a way that they could fax the enrollment form right there so that there's somebody available to help you fill out the forms. And there's lots of different moving parts, but getting back to that, I point this out not because I want to disparage what Comcast is doing, but to say that it's hard. And we have to think differently and figure out how to partner with people who have context. So, Tom, thank you very much for the slides. I mean, those are great slides. But can you focus and talk about what other outcome data are you looking at that helps us figure out what we need to do differently?
We look at the data for our programs. I did mention that we have two broadband adoption projects that we're working on, one in Ohio that's focused on almost exclusively on training, and another one that is working with Boys and Girls Clubs in Tennessee that is focusing much more on kind of a mentorship and very targeted towards foster youth families. So we're restarting our own program. So I can only speak about the data. I think Cecilia, does make this great point that as these NTIA programs start to roll up, we need to analyze them, and we need to know facts like that about programs like this. When you're kind of in an experimentation phase, I think you shouldn't we can be disappointed in things, but I think we shouldn't be too surprised if certain approaches fail. Honestly, I think that it's great that you're working with Comcast to work on that project. Frankly, even though I said that cost was the main barrier to entry for families with low-income families with kids, it was still only the main barrier to entry for about 40% of those households. The other barriers, such as literacy, awareness, relevance, were still there. So your universe of 9,000 households was immediately shrunk to 4,000. If my numbers are right. But I'm not defending the program, because I think myself, I would be not as focused on in making sure we only sell this to people that we truly know are low income, right? I think that you can get yourself caught up in that verification and validation and paperwork game to your. I think that becomes a problem, because it makes the entire program more cumbersome. But I do think it is important that if you just have a program that is basically just focused on cost, right? You're saying that I don't care about 60% of the problem, basically. I'm gonna look at only 43% of those households. So I think that there's part of that going on here too. But understanding it and trying to devise different ways of reaching that audience, I think, is an important second step.
But just quickly, are you tracking when they come into your programs, even the non-cost ones?
Yeah.
Do you track, if you weren't using it before, at the end of the program, are you tracking, do you now sign up and get it? And do you have that data?
We do for our training programs that we have, which is a little bit easier because we have in-person training, and so we know who the person is, and we give them an account, and we kind of figure out a way to try and reach them a year later. That program has been in place for a year, so we're just now at that point of coming back to people and saying, are you still online? We do surveys at the conclusion of training to say, are you likely to buy broadband now? Are you more likely to buy broadband than you were at the beginning of the training, et cetera? Those numbers have become very positive. But part of our evaluation now is to kind of go back and ask those people again, well, are you still a broadband subscriber, or did you ever actually buy that computer you said you were going to buy? We also, by focusing on training, tend to end up with more motivated people. That people walk into a training class for a reason. They want to do it because they tried to apply for a job a couple weeks ago and they couldn't figure out how to do it. So there's a little bit of selection bias in that group too, but it is reaching people at the point of need, which I think is an important.
Cecilia can probably answer that too.
I just wanted to say that the Connected Living evaluation process got the baseline information that you're talking about, and then did intermediate surveys. The interesting thing about them, it will be this summer, they're going to go back to the residents of the senior housing in their target area who did not partake of anything. And they want to find out why and see what learnings can come from that. They're also looking at price points. They were asking questions like, at what level would you be willing to pay to continue this after the subsidy is over? So we're looking for some very interesting data from that this summer.
Okay, we're going to move very quickly. Lisa, quick question.
This is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association. Yeah, this is quick, actually, and you may have dealt with this, but it was not clear from what you presented. I noted that you tracked how many people with disabilities were there. But from my perspective, people with hearing loss, and I suspect this is true with other people with disabilities, when they're especially seniors with disabilities, have an inability to get access. In other words, you're trying to go to a training program and you think, I can't hear what's going on. I can't get access to the information. And I think people with sensory disabilities and other disabilities have the same issue. And I would just put that to you as have you tracked it? Do you want? If you haven't, it's something I think maybe you should track.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Lisa. Ken, quick question.
Quick question. Ken McElhinney, Consumer Action. I did not hear much talked about in terms of dicing and slicing in terms of people of color and folks for whom English is not the primary language. And I'm wondering what's being done both in surveying and also in terms of outreach to those populations.
I'm going to just answer really quickly, since we don't have a lot of time.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, since we don't have a lot of time, Rick Schadelbar from NTCA did a really nice broadband adoption piece last year, and I can be happy to get a copy to Deborah, and she can distribute to the group that tackles some of those statistics and some of that information as well. So.
And if you have some information on that, so does the Joint Center for Policy and Economic Studies. So
we have a lot of crosscuts on our website, which is connectednation.org/research, and you can actually track. There's a little button where you can collect for low-income, minority, non-native, type.
Well, I guess the second point was what is being done in terms of reaching out in language to those populations.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say, just real quickly, one of the projects that we looked at on May 22nd was a non-BTOP funded project in Miami. And the area, the Alliance for Aging, the executive director there decided on his own that he needed to find money to do his own experiment, mainly because low-income communities of color and also non-English speaking residents of senior housing had very strong issues with getting online. So that project, I think, has a lot of learning from that as well. We'll have a report based on our findings available on our website probably next week.
Great.
I think we're going to have. I think we're going to have to. I want to get back to Deborah and Sharon. Dorothy, if we could take your question in writing for our team, unless it's real. Is it real quick, Dorothy?
Well, I just have a short comment, or I can hold
Short.
either one.
Microphone.
I have a short comment, or I can hold either way.
Can we take a short comment? Short comment, Dorothy.
Yeah. Thank you, Deborah.
Sure.
Dorothy speaking, Dorothy Watt. The only comment I wanted to make related to seniors that have an opportunity to receive training on using computers through the National Deaf Blind Equipment Distribution Program. If they qualify for that program, they get free equipment and free training. And they come to the trainer comes to their home and train them. And they also go back for follow-up visits and stuff like that. Depends on each state's policy when they get it set up. I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Great. Thank you, Dorothy. That's great information. Okay. Thank you, panel. That was really great. Appreciate that. Great data points. And I know there's more information online at Connected Nation and also at your website?
Yeah, that's FRS.org, and we have paper, and we can send you a PDF copy, or if anybody wants more information.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you both. That was great. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Elizabeth is going to leave some copies of this up here so you can pick some of these. Aging in Place and the Role of Broadband, if you want to pick one up. So we have a little bit of time to get back to some questions. We've got about 10 minutes, but I do want to get back to some questions if you can put your mindset back on our previous topic about the consumer complaints process. Ed, quick, yes. You're up. Saw it first. Oh, and then Stephen, I'm sorry. Saw yours second. Ed. Give it a go.
I'm Ed Bartholomew with Call for Action. We actually partner with media outlets around the country to set up consumer help hotlines. So we do have experience in the intake processes related to consumer complaints and tracking and kind of keeping an eye on that data. I had a couple thoughts and suggestions. We do have a web form that we utilize for consumers to make use of. We tend to choose to classify and categorize the complaints that come in internally. We don't allow consumer self-selection for categories. We take the information, and our staff and our volunteers review each complaint and then assign it a category. I realize that there's a scaling issue, and you guys probably do deal with significantly more than we do. But I think it's important if your goal is consistency and to actually have useful data, consumer self-selection can make that harder to achieve. they're clouded with, they're upset about what's happened to them, they're angry possibly about this, and it could be that they pick the completely wrong category as to what you guys would have as a definition and where that would go, and that can lead to some pretty heavily skewed statistical outcomes. Another thing that comes to mind is the FTC has a really good setup with the Sentinel program, in that other organizations can feed into that if they choose to. So that might be something to look at from a back end. Is there a way for other organizations who take communications-related complaints to feed some of their data over to you guys so that you can get a broader picture and cover a bigger swath of necessarily what comes into you? And just kind of a third tip, one of the things that we used to have categories and subcategories, and we found it to be very cumbersome. So we did decide to go strictly with kind of broader categories and then a keyword as a second step. So our system allows for a category search and a keyword. So you can do, for instance, wireless and then billing as the keyword to pick up all the billing related, or you could use a different keyword if you chose to.
Thanks. And hopefully Ed will do something to capture all of this in our follow-up as well. So, Stephen, and raise your hand. Let's capture this quickly. So,
yeah, I'm Steve Posios with the American Consumer Institute. Those are good comments, Ed. Okay, you talked a little bit about the tracking, the classification, and the sort of accounting for this output of complaints. My question is, I really didn't hear, and to what extent do you actually account for outcomes rather than just the output? I'm talking about the actions. In many cases, you provide information, referrals. Do you account for that? Do you track that? In cases you have intervention, because to me that's kind of interesting. It's one thing we have a big accounting for the output, but what about the outcomes?
It's a very good question. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from Consumer Action as well. Our consumer advocacy and mediation specialists deal with consumers one-on-one, and each case is assigned to a CAMS. And as the CAMS works through that process, they're constantly updating that record to show how the consumer is being helped. There's times that we can't come to a resolution that the consumer is satisfied, but we at least document in the case what we have done, what the CAMS has done to try to assist that person. We're one-on-one. The CAMS are on the front line dealing with the consumer's individual problem. Now, how that sort of shakes out to larger numbers that we produce, we keep track of disputed amounts, how much money we've actually gotten back for the consumer in their complaint, but we really don't report anything beyond that individual complaint that's more internal to us, if that answers your question.
Great. Yes.
Mia Martinez with the National Asian American Coalition. I just wanted to follow up on Ken's comments regarding capturing complaint data by race or ethnicity. This would be extremely helpful in developing a more effective targeted outreach to the minority communities. And secondly, I checked the App Store a couple of minutes ago, and I saw that there is an FCC app on mobile broadband tests. Perhaps the Bureau can explore possibilities of having an app or developing an app for submitting complaints. I also wanted to note that this is one platform that the Federal Trade Commission is also looking into at this moment for submission of complaints on fraud. So perhaps the Bureau could explore this option as well.
Awesome. Excellent.
Very good.
And one more question from Lisa.
Lisa, hello? Lisa Hamlin?
Go.
Quite? Almost. Okay, we're there. Okay. Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America. And thank you for all you're doing and all this work. I will say, when I mentioned to a group of different organizations working with people with hearing loss, I had a number of people get back to me and say, yes, we hear all the time from consumers who have real difficulty dealing with the forms, so they just give up. They just won't do it. And one of the suggestions that I would have is making different levels. Not everything should be, I know there's formal complaints and informal complaints, but there may even be a less formal using social media, Facebook, even tweeting. I'm sitting in front of my TV and my captions are off. I don't want to go to my computer and fill out a form that'll take me a half an hour to fill out, and then I miss whatever I could get. Probably what I would have done is change the program, because I wouldn't want to have to sit through a program with no captions. But at least it gives me an option. I've had a problem right now. Here it is. I can't resolve it. What do I do? And then you get that information. And I think that's an issue. Somebody also mentioned about, they're talking about different ways of how you get consumers complaining at all, because we know our community doesn't complain a lot. And I think part of our problem also is that our community doesn't know that they can complain or who to go to, or go to the FCC. Right. So even having a real clear bullet list of you can complain about, I know people come to us, our consumer organizations say, I can't get a hearing aid compatible phone, but would never think to go to the FCC and say, I'm having problems and these are my problems. So even having a real clear, and doing it with outreach, or doing it on your website, or getting us printed material, doing various ways. I've heard several times today, one size does not fit all, and I think that's a problem for you, but it's also part of the solution is going at it through different avenues.
Got it. Very good. Thanks. Louisa, do you have something real quick? Yeah. Sorry, I just saw your
Louisa
card.
Lanchetti, very quick comment, and that is I think we all agree that the FCC's work in this area is important, maybe even increasingly so, and the complaint data and the recording of it is very powerful as well. So I think when Paul first spoke, he talked about how if you don't like Dallas, maybe you can go to the FCC to complain about it. So I think the FCC itself recognizes, and I think it's also important as we begin to look at trends and collect data and numbers, et cetera, that we realize that in some cases these are not complaints or actionable in that sense. And so it is very powerful, but it's also important that it be looked at with great kind of sophistication and care because of the powerfulness of the information that's being both collected, analyzed, and acted on.
Great. Excellent. Oh, great. Thank you. We're going to have to move on. You'll have to get your question later, Mitzi. But thank you both for coming back, for hearing us. We will be discussing this again later when we talk about our process for responding to their questions. So thank you both again.
Thank you.
And have a good trip back to Gettysburg.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I know we're starting to get hungry, which means we have really good attention now. And that, can I call Robert up to the table?
Rob, yes.
Rob?
Rob, yes.
Rob
is good.
Rob is good. Okay. Rob Alderfer. This is a very important topic. As Commissioner Pai mentioned, spectrum is real important to consumers. And we're very fortunate to have Rob here with us today with the Incentive Auctions team in the Wireless Telecom Bureau. So thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
We want to give you as much time as we need for this topic, even though our stomachs will be starting to rumble a bit. So thank you so much.
Sure. Thanks for having me, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. As Deborah mentioned, Rob Alderfer. I'm the Chief Data Officer in the Wireless Bureau here at the FCC. I'm also a member of the Incentive Auctions Task Force, which consists of staff from across the agency working on this initiative. And since my agenda item is entitled "What Consumers Need to Know About Spectrum," I thought what I'd do is just talk a little bit about the basics, why the FCC is focused on spectrum, and then dive into some specifics on incentive auctions, if that's useful for folks. Okay. So what consumers need to know about spectrum? Well, the first thing they need to know is that they use it frequently, whether it's for Wi-Fi in their home, their mobile phones, watching television with rabbit ears, or listening to the radio in their cars. That's all spectrum. And spectrum really serves a function for a number of wireless services, and those services are things that consumers are using more and more. Wireless services are really proliferating in the economy. And actually, according to CTIA, we have more wireless connections than there are people in the United States, which is a pretty astounding phenomenon. That gives you a sense of the magnitude of the trend. And really, one of the key growth areas in wireless services has been the growth of wireless broadband. In the last 3 years, mobile traffic as a function of wireless broadband growth has increased over 7 times, according to Cisco. And the forecast for the future are that growth will continue and even accelerate. So if the Commission were to just stand pat and do nothing about this trend, it would really strain our spectrum resources. And so what that would mean for consumers, I think, is higher prices, poorer service, and lost opportunities, frankly. So that's why the Commission is so focused on spectrum. The National Broadband Plan outlined a number of strategies to meet consumer needs in the area of spectrum, really in 3 broad categories. One is greater efficiency, essentially squeezing more service out of the spectrum that we have. Sharing spectrum, so making sure that we really have services that are compatible with each other, doing what they can to share spectrum, and also reallocation of spectrum from legacy uses to new flexible uses to allow the market to really meet consumer needs. And I'm really going to be talking about that third category today, reallocation of spectrum. The broadband plan outlined a number of potential bands that could be candidates for reallocation to meet consumer needs. They really stretch both from stuff that the FCC manages as across to what the Commerce Department and NTIA manages. And one of those was the broadcast television band, and that's where incentive auctions comes in. So the broadband plan recommended that the FCC essentially use a market-based process known as incentive auctions to essentially enable part of the spectrum to be used for new wireless services. And so that's what I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on today. And so it's helpful just to start with a little bit about what incentive auctions are. And at their core, they're really a market-based means of making spectrum available for new services through a market-based process while capturing value for the public and for consumers. And as I said, they were featured in the National Broadband Plan, but it's actually something that economists have been talking about for some time before that. And they were also featured, supported in the President's Executive Memorandum on Spectrum in November 2010, and were most recently authorized by Congress in February of this year. So the key mechanism in the incentive auction process is the Commission's ability to share financial incentives with incumbent license holders, spectrum license holders, in return for relinquishing some or all of their spectrum rights back to the Commission for repurposing to new services. So that's something new. That's something the Commission hasn't done before. And really what it does and why it's good is it really aligns the interests of all interested parties to the benefit of meeting consumer needs for spectrum. So incumbent licensees, new licensees, consumers, and the government can all benefit through this process. So talk a little bit about what Congress directed us to do in February of this year. It's actually the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012. Title VI of that law had a number of provisions on spectrum, one of which was authorizing the Commission to conduct incentive auctions. That was in Section 6402, for those of you that are interested in looking up the bill. And essentially the key provision in 6402 was that authority for the Commission to share auction proceeds with incumbent licensees in return for their relinquishing spectrum back to the Commission. So that's general authority, and that's something that was authorized for a number of years for the Commission to use at its discretion. Then the following section, Section 6403, dealt specifically with the broadcast television band. It had several provisions for how the Commission should implement incentive auctions in the context of broadcast spectrum, including a number of protections for over-the-air television viewers and broadcasters. One of the things that section did was outline a number of different ways that broadcast television stations could relinquish spectrum back to the FCC. So one way, as you might expect, is to return a license for a full 6 megahertz channel, but that's not the only way. Stations might also elect to move from what's called the UHF band to the VHF band, so the high channels to the low channels, the high channels being a little more useful for wireless broadband. That's another option that's available to that we expect will be available to broadcasters when we get to implementation of incentive auctions. And also, the third option that was outlined in statute was channel sharing. So, as a function of digital broadcast technology, more than one broadcast station can actually use a 6 megahertz channel. So, essentially what that means, especially those two latter options, they're available to broadcasters to continue their over-the-air broadcast operations while relinquishing some spectrum back to the FCC in return for financial incentives. So in that regard, we really think there are win-win opportunities here that will result not just in repurposing spectrum for wireless services, but also strengthening the broadcast sector and providing new business options to broadcasters. And in the same regard, if you think about relinquishing a full 6 megahertz channel, there are many station groups out there that may wish to sort of consolidate their operations and strengthen their business going forward, and this is another way to do that through the incentive auction. So a couple other things that Section 6403 did in addition to providing these options for broadcasters. Excuse me. It essentially made clear that stations won't be forced to relinquish their rights. So this is a voluntary process. Stations will have the discretion to decide which option works best for them and set the price at which they want to accept those options. And if they don't want to participate, they don't have to. Now, we do expect that there will be a realignment of the band as part of this process as we move a portion of the broadcast television spectrum to wireless services. The band will need to be realigned to make the spectrum useful for wireless services. And so essentially what that will mean is a new channel plan for television stations. And there may be some costs involved in that for broadcast stations, and under the law, those costs would be covered as part of the auction proceeds would be used to pay for that. And one important thing to keep in mind here through this repacking process is that it's something that is a little bit different from the digital television transition in that consumers are already digital ready. So consumers have set-top boxes, and we don't expect that all stations will be affected by the repacking process. So it's going to be more limited in scope, we think, and it'll be a simple matter, we think, of probably rescanning boxes for over-the-air viewers that may be affected by the repacking, and we don't expect that to be the full population of over-the-air viewers. And of course, television viewers that subscribe to cable satellite or watch TV over the internet won't be affected at all. So a little bit on what we've done to date at the staff level to implement incentive auctions. Perhaps one of the most fundamental things we've done is get the people in place to do the work, and that's the Incentive Auctions Task Force. You may know Gary Epstein, who's the chair of the task force. He sends his regrets that he couldn't be here today, but he really does view this as a key consumer initiative for the Commission, and he's really compiled a team from across the agency to work on this issue. And we've also, to help us in this endeavor, retained a number of economic experts that specialize in auction design. Because this is a new, novel program, a lot of different facets to it, we want to make sure we're getting the best advice from the best people out there. And so we have a team of economists that I would be remiss if I didn't mention they're prize-winning economists that are at Stanford and University of Maryland, and they're advising the Commission on auction design and the economic aspects of this. Another thing the Commission has done recently, back at the April meeting, the Commission adopted an order that lays the regulatory framework, some of the groundwork for channel sharing. And essentially what it did was adopt some basic parameters for channel sharing that should complement the incentive auction when we move to implement that. Doesn't really prejudge how channel sharing would work within the context of incentive auctions, but just sort of sets the framework for it. Then there was actually a channel sharing workshop in May last month, actually 2 months ago at this point, in which we gathered the industry together to talk about some of the practical aspects of channel sharing. And we'll have more workshops in development. We really do view public participation and outreach as a key piece of this initiative. And as we move forward, we're really in the early stages right now. We're in what I'd call sort of the technical stage, in which we're really focusing on the sort of economic aspects and the engineering aspects of this initiative, and making sure that we have our experts thinking about the key issues, and that will inform a lot of the policy that will be occurring through the rulemaking process. And as I said, we view outreach as a key component of this, and so this is certainly a timely discussion for the Consumer Advisory Committee, and we certainly look forward to your input. I can talk more about the different piece parts of incentive auctions if folks are interested in hearing about that, but just a few things to keep in mind that I'd like to really kind of reiterate. First, the amount of spectrum that's repurposed out of the television bands for new services will be a function of the voluntary participation of broadcasters. And it really, in being a market-based process, we view it as being a fairly consumer-friendly way to repurpose spectrum, in as much as it's essentially market actors making the decision on spectrum repurposing, and they should be certainly responsive to their customers. As I said, there are several options for broadcasters to relinquish spectrum, returning the full 6 megahertz channel, channel sharing, and moving from a UHF channel to a VHF channel. These will all be teed up for the Commission to consider in the rulemaking later this year, but that's what the statute envisioned. The statute also envisions that there is no involuntary relinquishment of spectrum, and stations that don't participate, don't want to relinquish spectrum, will be compensated for any costs involved in the repacking and realignment process that will come as part of the incentive auctions. And really, we think that this whole initiative is a win-win for consumers of both the wireless and broadcast sectors. And so, as I said, we're very early on in the process, and we really would like to get your input on what you think it would take to make this initiative a success. And I can leave it there.
Thank you so much, Rob. We do have time for some questions. I see Ann's card up. Go ahead, Ann.
Hi, I'm Ann Bobeck from the National Association of Broadcasters. I just wanted to say thank you, Rob. Thank you to Chairman Janikowski and his team. I know that this has been a tremendous undertaking and the number of staff involved to ensure that the incentive auctions run smoothly, and that we very much look forward to the upcoming June 25th workshop on TV broadcaster, the fund workshop. I know that my boss, Jane Mago, is looking forward to participating in that as well, and I think those are very helpful. That they are broadcast over the web for all of us, the members of the CAC, to participate in as viewers and as consumers as well. So I encourage all of us to tune in to the upcoming workshops. I know that the Commission has a series of workshops throughout the summer and the fall, and I think that it would help us kind of guide and help inform from a consumer perspective the challenges associated with the spectrum allocation as it affects viewers of television. So thank you very much for inviting consumer participation, and we look forward to a robust discussion, particularly in the fall as the rulemaking comes out.
Thanks for the plug on the workshops.
Does anyone else have a question?
Just very briefly.
Barry?
Yeah, I'm Barry Mansky, the Digital Policy Institute, and I chair the Media Working Group. And certainly, this is the issues you talked about a moment ago are certainly core of the interests of our Media Working Group. We've addressed them in recommendations, and I think that, listening to your discussion, I think we're pretty much all on the same page, and we hope it's a very successful process, and we'll certainly be tuning in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Scott? Raise your hand, Scott, so they can see you back there.
Scott Berkman with CTIA. Just wanted to add my thanks as well to, we're really appreciative. Can you hear me yet?
Yeah,
okay,
I think
good,
you're
good.
on now.
Just want to add my word of thanks as well to for all the work that the FCC has done to try to develop this process of an incentive auction, recognizing the need to meet rising consumer demand for wireless services. And there's a lot of good record that the FCC has helped develop about the consumer benefits of mobile broadband services. So we're looking forward to working with you all as well too. And it is a very technical exercise that the FCC is about to go through. So sort of with the Consumer Advisory Committee hat on, we appreciate your focus on how consumers stand to benefit from going through this process. So thanks for that, Rob.
Thanks, Scott.
Rob, I'm going to ask this question just so that everybody can get a feel for this, and that's the timing question. So when does the FCC anticipate the actual completion of the repacking process so that the auctions would actually take place on the other end?
So the short answer is we don't know, but I'll give you the longer answer too. What we're working toward now, and what the chairman has said, is that we'd like to have a notice of proposed rulemaking developed, or a series of them, in the fall of this year, that'll lay out some of the staff's thinking and the commission's thinking on this process. And from there, it becomes a function that really kicks off the public engagement process. And so it's a little bit hard to predict, and I certainly wouldn't want to prejudge what we would hear from people through that process. I will say that we do view the need for spectrum as an urgent one, and so we are keeping that in mind. But in terms of how it's all going to come together, I think we're really going to need everyone's input through the rulemaking process to know that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate your coming down here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lunch is served.
Wow.
And we will reconvene at about 1 o'clock. We did. So if everybody could take a seat, we're going to get started again. So this next session is brought to you by Ed Bartholomew and myself. We have a topic on your agenda, as you see, to have a discussion about the FCC's website. And we did want to get some FCC staff to talk with us about this topic, and we still hope to do that. The scheduling didn't work out for that at this particular meeting, but hopefully in the future we will do that. But we do know that it would be helpful for the FCC staff to perhaps have some questions in advance that we might have about the FCC website. Now, just as some background, the Consumer Working Group did discuss the FCC's website a couple times at various working group meetings, and we decided that it would be a good topic to present to the full CAC for discussion. So I'm going to turn it over to Ed, and we are going to have the capability to show the website on the screen and go through it with all of you. And the idea here is to talk about the FCC's website as a useful instrument for general consuming public, as well as for those of us who use the FCC website on a regular basis, but also as representatives of the consumer populations that we work with. So, Ed, turn it over to you. And there we go.
We talked about this a little bit at one of the previous meetings, and there didn't seem to be a lack of interest from anyone in the room as it pertains to the website. So we thought it would be a good idea to kind of all share some thoughts and insight on it. Like Debbie said, our goal was to have a speaker, but it didn't coincide for this meeting. And we know that our time is short, so to speak, because we have one meeting left. So we were hoping to get together a list of advanced questions to get that over to someone in the commission who could then address us on those topics. So if anybody wants to start by firing off some suggestions or things that you see or have thought about or have questions. I know one of the big things that we initially looked at is we all use the FCC's website in probably a somewhat different capacity than what we would imagine the typical consumer going to the FCC's website does. We look specifically for notices of rulemakings and different dockets and different things like that. We've also heard anecdotally that most of the people in the room, and I won't make you raise your hand, go to the website and first click on where's the old website and how do I get there? Because that's how I know how to get around things. And that has been left very prominently displayed on the new website. So knowing all of that about ourselves, we were wondering how do we translate that to what your typical consumer is actually going here and looking to find, and do they find it more beneficial than some of us who are used to the old familiar might find it. So that's kind of the direction where the dialogue started, and then as we had a call about this, as we started to kind of drill down, we highlighted some things. I want to open it up to you guys first, and then I'll share some of the things that we saw as well to kind of prod along the conversation if there's a lull. So I turn it over to you. I'll take copious notes and make sure that everybody sees this and we get a copy. Right, yes, I'll serve the reporter, the court reporter, yes.
Can we flash the website back up on the screen? Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Ann, you had...
Hi, it's Ann Bobeck from NAB. One of the things that I always thought would be the simplest button on the home page is if there was a consumer button for consumers or for the public, just a general. I know that as a practitioner, we're fairly well versed in both the old and slowly migrating to the new FCC's website. But if I were a consumer, even today, coming to the new FCC's website, there's a lot of information, but it's hard. It's difficult to navigate. And if there were just a consumer's click here button, and then sort of had a consumer generated sort of home page, I think, and there's take action at the top, but that's kind of buried at the top. It's sort of it's difficult. There's a lot of quick links. There's bureaus, but as a consumer, I might not know who those bureaus are or really what they do. But I think that might just be a starting point.
Okay, so kind of along the lines of the top navigation bar, stick one up there that just says consumer, so that way it's readily evident exactly
or for consumers. Yeah. I'm just trying to think. If I were visiting the FCC for the first time, I would have no idea what all this information meant from the average bear.
Definitely.
Interesting.
Anyone else have any opening shots or questions?
Yeah. Lisa Hamlin. Am I coming through? Not quite yet. Hello? Yeah, there I am. Okay. One of the things, recently I was putting together a PowerPoint for a presentation, so I wasn't specifically looking for proceedings. I was looking like somebody who might be searching for information. And what I found was if I went out of the site and Googled what I wanted, FCC and then whatever the topic was, it was much easier to find information than if I went into the site and went to the search engine on the site. I couldn't find it. And you're right about the links too, because, okay, I'll get to a page, let's talk about captioning, and then it'll say, okay, other things to talk about. They would never take me where I wanted to go. So I'm not the tech person here, but it sounds like to me there's a search engine problem as well as two problems, organizational problem, and maybe the consumer page might be a way to get around that. But there's also how do I find that it's really difficult to find what you're looking for.
Stephanie?
So Stephanie Pody from NCTA. It seems like they tried to organize it using this encyclopedia concept, and I've just found that a lot of the information I'm looking for winds up being there, which I find through a Google search. And it's just, if it's confusing for us, I'm sure it's terrible for consumers.
Dorothy, did you?
Dorothy speaking. It's been a long time since I looked at the web page. I don't remember if this was on there or not. If it isn't, I would suggest you add to it. Do you have a person signing the information rather than, in other words, some deaf people whose first language is ASL, and they would prefer to read information through an ASL interpreter. So I'm wondering if that's on the website. If not, you might want to add that. Thank you.
Lisa Hamlin again. The other thing that I remember finding on this is that some pages were easily printable and other pages were not. And it would be, most of the information you want to be able to download easily and print out. So I would suggest that be consistent.
Can I just pose a general question for anyone in the room? Does anyone in the room have any firsthand knowledge about any consumer use of the website? Does anyone know about consumers using this website?
No.
Okay.
Mitzi Herrera, Montgomery County. I have a consumer advisory commission, and by and large their report has been is that they really don't know where to find anything on the site. And one thing that used to happen, the Media Bureau used to have a telephone directory that was issue-based. So if this was my issue, this is the person to call or who's in charge. So that's lacking on this one. It takes, before it was one step to search people. Now, if you knew who to search for, now it's a couple steps. But more importantly, I don't know who's handling what. And I'd say even for practitioners, that's true, because there's a lot of changeover, people who used to be there. So who's the new person who handles that? The other thing overall I would say is that it's very difficult to find any of the reports, which I find ironic because I feel like the FCC spends a lot of time issuing reports. Before, they used to have a way in which the reports and the ones that they have annually were kind of listed, and then it would list, whatever the most current year was along with all the back ones, and that's just kind of disappeared into places. In a lot of the information that I was just looking through while we were talking. So, like, for example, in the Media Bureau, if you go on one section and it asks for the open proceeding, it will list that there's an open proceeding about closed captioning. But if I go to the subject and look at closed captioning, it provides some kind of evergreen information, but no link to the fact that there's any active proceeding in this area. So if I'm a consumer, I can't go in by the subject, which is the thing I'm most likely to be familiar with, and look to find out what's the FCC doing right now on closed captioning.
Ann?
Maybe again, Mitzi, if you would go to the transition, the old FCC website, and go to the Media Bureau, you can still see the Media Bureau subject matter expert list. So there's the subject matter expert list for the Media Bureau still is in the FCC's website. It's just easier to access through the transition website.
But my concern is, I feel like at some point they're going to stop supporting the old website. I mean, it depends how long we keep complaining. But
that's one of the questions we don't have the answer to is how long that transition button will still be there.
Right. What would be also beneficial, I think, that we could make as a recommendation or request is that would be certainly something that would be helpful in all the bureaus to have a subject matter expert list. So if you had a question on CGB, who's the contact person that I would need to be to go to? If I have a complaint that I need to go to the Enforcement Bureau, which questions should I direct to what? To what? Call centers? There could be some troubleshooting or experts that they could list. I think that would be helpful. Certainly, the 8th floor advisors are fairly easy to find because they're on the home page, and the commissioners. But I think that's something that they could expand. It's just the Media Bureau, I think, was the first, being one of the most established bureaus. But that could be helpful beyond one bureau.
Barry?
Yeah, just 3 quick things. Well, one, I agree with Ann. I think the Media Bureau is a good model for how to do this right, and to link experts with topics and so forth. Also, I have been trying to use a variety of other agencies' websites, some federal, some state. And by comparison, I think the FCC does a pretty darn good job. I'll have to admit, though, that the instant after I go to fcc.gov, I do click the old one, and the one beef I have with the old one is a new beef. When you looked at the old site, at the upper left, it has a search engine. Search the FCC. You fill in your keyword, hit it, and it goes to another search the FCC where I got to fill in it again. I'm sure that can be cured. Okay? Thank you. End of comment.
So, a couple of the things that we had down to bring up and discuss were, how long is the old site going to be there as a transition? Or is it going to somehow kind of be buried back into a permanent fixture that you just have to do a couple hoops to jump through to access it? Will it always say transition.fcc.gov? Some other concerns that we had briefly discussed are kind of the usability aspect of the website, not just from I'm looking for a specific piece of information and it's hard to find, but when I show up and it's dark blue on black text for different, like a really good one, I feel like if you could show the computer screen on the screen. Up here in the top right corner, it's got display options in dark blue on black. And for somebody who actually would like to change the appearance, I don't think they're ever going to stumble upon the display options. One of the things that came up in our call was also the accessibility of the site in different languages. The FCC issues the ability to broadcast in other languages in our country, and obviously consumers in our country interact with the FCC sometimes in other languages. There's a little flag up in the top right corner. Most of us didn't even realize that there was any way to get the site into another language until Art Neal pointed out that there is in fact a flag in the corner, and that if you do click on that flag, maybe I'm not clicking correctly here. I don't know. Anyway, if you do click on the flag, it does give you the ability to bring it up in Spanish. As soon as you get it to come up in Spanish, it basically looks like the old website, and it's not a translation of the existing website. It's more of here's a list of all the Spanish resources that we have, so that you can make use of them. And obviously, we would like to see it be that you would actually translate the site so that the Spanish-speaking user or people in another language had the same experience and the same interaction, not just a list of here's what we have in Spanish that you can make use of potentially. Ken?
Yeah, I do not know of any website that uses a flag to indicate other languages. I mean, that is just, much less something that's an eighth of an inch high. I'm not even sure what flag it is. I mean, do you have any idea what flag it is?
It is the American flag that is there.
But I mean, so that would any consumer who was saying, "Oh, I want something in Chinese," I'm going to click on an American flag. I mean, it's just give me a break.
No, I'm guessing that it's actually a more common European model, where you click on the Great Britain flag or the Spain flag to get the.
Right.
But
well, no, I mean Microsoft does this, and it's culturally insulting because for Spanish, they put the flag of Spain, which really goes over big in Mexico, I'm sure.
No, and that's what I'm saying. That's where I think it comes from. I don't necessarily know that translates the best for use in this environment. Julie?
On the other hand, the flag was probably made in China. So.
It's Julie Carney from CEA. With all due respect, I think we're really nitpicking here. And I think in terms of translation, which I think there can be some value, but for those of us practitioners, many of us in the room, we really, a translation of regulations could be potentially perilous, I think, to a lot of people. So I think we need to just be careful getting this far down into the weeds. I think the FCC's done a fabulous job with the site. I will admit I do find the site difficult to navigate. But, I have my personal preferences. And actually, I try not to go back to the old site. I try to, hang in there so I can get used to the new site. But, I just warn against getting too nitpicky here.
If I could just respond to that, Julie, I don't think that our intent or our goal is to obviously be excessively nitpicky. I think that part of what we were presented with when the discussion about the new website first came about was this is a tool for outreach. Right. This is a way for the commission to interact with the public. And I think that the commission has to realize that when it comes to having an interface in another language, it has to be the same, or the people who communicate in that language are going to know that the same attention isn't being given to them as a constituent as someone who has English as their primary language. So I realize that the sensibilities and the practicality of translating a rulemaking procedure are probably not there. As a landing page where it's instructing you with how to interact with the FCC or how to file your complaint with the FCC, those things should be made accessible to everyone. And I think that's the perspective that we're discussing the language issue from, not necessarily, can you do every single thing and make sure that it's coming across that way. Mitzi.
Mitzi Herrera, it may be helpful if somebody explained or put in writing what the logic is behind the site reorganization. So, is the idea that we group things by topic, and so if you're looking for it, you search by topic and you find something, but there is obviously some scheme they picked, and it's just not really apparent, and if you knew that, then maybe it would make it easier to navigate. It's also it's also, like I looked in it, you click on, there used to be, when we first had our first meeting, there was some portion of the site in which people could vote on things they liked or things they wanted to see, and that just sort of has disappeared, so I don't know what happened there. And then it also seems like there's a lot of stuff that's it's not organized by subject or topic. It's just kind of thrown out there. So it's either just chronologically what we had, the most current thing, and it relies on a lot of searching. And I'm concerned that if you don't know the right search term, it won't come up. So if you made it a little easier, like if it is an encyclopedia and I open up on this topic, here's a list of the 6 things in that topic, as well as a search feature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and kind of jumping off from that point, I think that we can all agree, at least I would hope we all agree, that visually it's a much more interesting website to visit. The question is, how do we get the usability and the consumer interaction to the point where it still has the same accessibility of information and organization and those sorts of things. Does anybody else have any comments, questions?
And I think we certainly can continue to take questions and thoughts that you have. And the idea here is to develop some questions and ideas that we can pass on to the website folks here and continue the dialogue. So this has been really helpful. Thank you all. This is great. So thanks, and thanks, Ed, for walking us through some of this on the screen. Very good. Okay, so we just need 2 minutes for setup, and then we'll start our next presentation. Thank you, Ed. That was great. Scott, do you want to just stay there for this presentation, and then we're going to move anyway? I will. Okay, sure. All right. Yeah, I'll just stay here. Coming up. So our next topic is one that I believe either at our last meeting or in a working group was one that CAC members wanted to have addressed at our next meeting. And so Scott was able to have James Bird, Senior Attorney, join us with the Office of General Counsel, Head of Transactions team, to share with us the after the merger. That's the topic here of our discussion, to talk about sort of what happens after a merger, but in this case, you're going to talk about some specifics, I believe, of a particular merger, and what happens to some of the conditions, and that's, I know, of interest to many folks around the room. So thank you very much for coming today and joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm planning to give a more general outlook. I will raise examples from particular mergers, but I think it's as an overall view, it's important to understand. And thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to share with you some ideas about how we approach what happens after a merger has been approved by the FCC. What I'd like to do in broad outline, first, as a disclaimer, I'm speaking here, these are my personal views, these have not been approved by the Commission, but I do have about 12 years' experience working on merger reviews and their aftermath at the agency. What I'd like to cover is first a brief explanation of the FCC's role in reviewing merger applications here, and particularly the standard that we apply and the role of conditions that come out of that review. Then look at some of the different types of merger conditions, because that affects how they can be enforced and monitored. Then look at the ways the conditions are enforced, and then also look at the way the compliance with conditions is monitored, and also the effectiveness of the conditions is monitored, and finally end up with the question of how do you modify existing merger conditions. So first, the FCC's authority to review applications for that relate to mergers. Watch that, a little closer. Okay. The FCC's authority the one we rely on primarily is our authority to review transfers and assignments of licenses or authorizations that are granted by the agency. And the standard of review that we apply is it in the public interest? This is under Sections 214 in Title II of the Act and Section 310D in Title III. The public interest standard has a couple components. A very important one is, does it comply with the Act itself and the rules that are issued under the Act? And if it passes that hurdle, then the second thing we look at is what are the potential benefits that could arise from this combination and this transfer, and then we look at what are the potential harms that might arise, and we balance the two. And if the benefits outweigh the harms, then we approve the transfer. There are three possible outcomes generally. One, we can approve it. Two, we can approve it with conditions. And three, if we can't do either of those, then we designate it for an administrative hearing before an administrative law judge where all the facts will be subject to courtroom trial-type procedures. So the role of merger conditions in this process is generally twofold. One is a merger condition will help mitigate potential harms, and the other is it can substantiate claimed benefits. So that if we get past the first stage, it complies with the statute and rules. We're in the second stage, we're balancing harms and benefits. The merger condition can affect that balance. You say, without this condition, we might not approve it, but if we can mitigate the harms with conditions or substantiate benefits, then it'll be allowed. So those are the role that the conditions play. It's fairly important in the Commission's consideration. There are two general types of merger conditions. One are structural conditions. That's like these are often applied in a horizontal merger where you'll have two companies that are coming together and potentially decreasing the level of competition in a market. One of the things that can be done is you look over all the markets these companies are involved with. We took as an example when Verizon purchased Alltel. Verizon Wireless purchased Alltel. That was two big wireless companies. And in some parts of the country, that was fine. There was not much overlap. In other parts, there was a lot of overlap. And so a structural change is it's nice in many ways, a one-time change. You say divest one or the other where you overlap. So we preserve the existing level of competition. The other kind of a condition is a behavioral or conduct condition where the applicants are told to do something. This creates an obligation on them that they did not have before that will either mitigate a harm or affirm a benefit. And here there's a much greater variety. It's not just divesting. It can be we'd like you to do the following things. We'd like you to provide the following services to confirm that you are going to do a benefit. For instance, when Comcast and NBCU came before us, that was not a horizontal merger so much as a vertical one. And so divestitures in vertical mergers where someone up the supply chain is merging with someone below, the divestiture doesn't work so well, and so you rely more on the conduct conditions. In that one, they said, well, this will result in many benefits. We'll be able to consolidate local programming and have better local programming. We said, well, that's nice, but in order to count as a benefit in our merger review, it has to meet certain criteria. It has to be we have to be pretty sure it's going to happen. Can't be just an empty promise. And so one way that a merger applicant can prove that it is going to happen is to make an absolute commitment that it will, and we will put that in as a merger condition and follow it. So that's one type of condition, or mitigating a harm. If people fear, for instance, that a vertical merger will result in prejudice to competitors at one level or the other, we can put on a condition that will mitigate that harm by requiring the merged entity to act more like they would have acted before the merger. Now, there are different types of merger conditions. In addition to structural and conduct remedies, there are also different ways that the condition can be presented in the order. The order might direct specific conduct, divest these, provide this service. It can also direct specific consequences. In the mergers of the Arbach companies, when they combined, like Bell Atlantic, NYNEX, SBC, Ameritech, there were specific consequences in the merger order that said you should do this to maintain competition or to increase your competition with the remaining companies, and if you don't, then you will pay this fine. And that was specified in the order. The order might establish, many orders don't establish such specific consequences. The order can alternatively establish a framework for private dispute resolution. When we had the merger between the Hughes Company and which owned DirecTV, and when DirecTV was purchased by News Corporation, that was a vertical merger, and there were some concerns about whether or not there would be discrimination against other programmers and or the provision of programming to other providers. And the Commission in that case, I think for the first time, established an arbitration remedy so that the private parties could resolve disputes about that. We set what the standard was, and we created a baseball arbitration, which is a kind of final offer arbitration, which gives a great incentive for the parties to settle, to come closer to each other and then to settle the dispute. So that's another type of condition. The order may also include specific reporting obligations to make sure that the applicants are complying with the condition, and it may provide for termination, and often does. I mean, conditions generally will last for a fixed period of time. They don't generally go on forever. Sometimes they provide for a reevaluation at a certain point in time to determine whether it ought to be continued. Okay. The enforcement of merger conditions depends in part on the type of conditions and the provisions in the FCC order that I just described. Some conditions are more or less self-enforcing. For instance, the Arbach merger conditions, if they didn't do such and such, then they would pay a fine. That was pretty much out there. Another self-enforcing condition can be, and this is very infrequent, I can only think of one or two examples which say, which mimic a little bit our the provisions in other regulations, which say, here's the requirement that you must meet, and if you don't meet it, the license goes away. That's capital punishment. It's a very extreme condition. That's not usually used. But there are the arbitration remedy is also a kind of self-enforcing condition because the parties outside will enforce it. Another way that conditions can be enforced is by if someone is not meeting the condition, you can have a complaint to the Bureau or to the Enforcement Bureau. And I understand there is a complaint portal. CGB has a complaint portal when people go on the website. And just as a side comment, it's interesting to follow the presentation on the website because that's it's been an issue of a lot of discussion around here as well as outside. But there is an enforcement portal, which I think is fcc.gov/complaint, and not enforcement portal, but a complaint portal that will lead citizens, if they have a complaint about a merger, to the process of how they can register that with the Commission. For monitoring compliance with conditions, some conditions in the merger order itself will provide for monitoring and regular reports, periodic reports, by the applicants as to their compliance with the condition. There were a number of these, for instance, in the Comcast NBCU order. Another way that things are monitored is by complaints and petitions from interested parties. Some of the conditions are designed so that our hope is there won't be complaints, that people will be complying, and then we won't hear about it. But we do have the complaints will come in, and that's another way of monitoring. The bureaus, the different bureaus that regulate the various industries, keep an eye on things. They're constantly in communication with the participants. They get input from citizens who have complaints, so they are constantly monitoring that. And also the Enforcement Bureau as well has an opportunity to monitor as they look at the complaints that come in. Monitoring the effectiveness of the conditions, this occurs through several mechanisms. One is the relevant industry bureaus have just their general experience and their oversight as they watch what is happening out there in the industry. They are well aware of what was stated would be a potential harm or benefit from a merger transaction, and as they observe going forward, they see, is the condition working, isn't it working? A good measure is the complaints that are received. If they get a lot of complaints, that indicates there's a problem with the condition. And the complaints may be, you put all these conditions on, and it's still having the problem. So they can get that kind of feedback. Another way we monitor effectiveness is through other proceedings. There are several competition reports that are required by our statute on an annual basis or other periodic bases, and those, as they look at the quality of competition in the industry, one of the things that they will take into account is how well are things working, including are the merger conditions that were put on as concentration increased doing what they were intended to do. Perhaps one of the most effective ways of looking back and measuring effectiveness is the next merger comes along, a similar issue is presented, and we will get, first of all, the agency itself is very concerned about how to address these new problems. So we will look back at our own experience and judge it, but also the filings that come in. If the condition has been successful, the filings will say, please put something like that on this one too. If it's been unsuccessful, they will say, well, that didn't work, try something else, or make these modifications in light of the experience you've had. And we have done this, I know, with the arbitration remedy. We've tinkered with that to try to address some of the concerns that have come up. Finally, modifying merger conditions. Conditions are placed on at the time of the merger. The marketplace in all of the markets we regulate is changing constantly with technology and other things. So it's sometimes necessary to modify them. There are change conditions that make what was once an appropriate condition no longer appropriate. There are also disputes that arise over the ambiguities in the language of a condition. And people can come in at any time and petition the Commission to modify a condition on a merger. This doesn't happen that frequently. We do get, with some frequency, requests to clarify. Because often these conditions are put on at a time when no one really knows what's going to happen when these companies combine, when there's that change in the marketplace. And so the conditions are written on the basis of what's potential, what's going to happen, and when actual experience starts happening, often things will come up that were not anticipated at the time the condition was written. So there might be an ambiguity or a need to revise the condition in some way, and that is done through the modification. So that's a kind of very quick run-through of the general structure, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was very informative. Paul and then Claude.
Thanks, Paul Schrader with the American Foundation for the Blind. I know that the disability work group had raised this issue partly out of concern that disability issues were not, in our view, being considered in as part of merger conditions, and that may be because we haven't been pushing them hard enough. But I wonder if you could speak to first of all, have there been, to your knowledge, have there been conditions that related to accessibility? I believe I've read somewhere that there are things like deployment of advanced services, ensuring a diversity of information sources and services to the public. Those kinds of things are considered generally in the mergers, as well as advancing technology, quality of communication services. So there's plenty of ways in which accessibility ought to be considered. And I know several of us did put in letters for a recent telecom merger where one company clearly had a superior record of accessibility to a second, though both could certainly use improvement, and that would have been a good opportunity for the FCC to make a very clear statement of disability access as part of the condition. So A, has that ever been done to your knowledge? And B, how can we best intervene to make that happen? And I guess C, is there something the CAC ought to do about that?
Thank you. Good question. I am struggling to remember whether I have actually seen a condition addressing disabilities. You are correct that is part of the general public interest mandate put upon us by Congress. So it's certainly an appropriate question to raise. One of the questions that comes up frequently is, with respect to conditions, is are they specific to the merger? In other words, is the merger creating a problem that this condition is necessary to fix? And the example that you raised is a good one, I think, where you say these two companies are merging. One of them has a better record. If it is the company that is the purchasing company, that would probably be a good thing. But I know that in some companies, I think when I'm thinking CenturyLink Embark, or the one that preceded that was CenturyTel Embark, or CenturyLink, where there were two records in companies with respect to issues of consumer service and performance. The Commission did put some conditions on that, so that would have. I think it's an appropriate issue to raise, and I'd encourage you to do it. It is important to raise it in the context of the proceeding, but I think there's a basis for that.
Claude?
Hi, this is Claude. I'd like to build on what Mark just mentioned, or excuse me, Paul just mentioned. First of all, the FCC did address disability issues historically. We remember when AOL combined with Time Warner, the Time Warner AOL, I'm not sure who was the purchasing company and who was the purchased company there, but the FCC made it clear to AOL that they had to make their instant messenger services interoperable with other services. That was a big get for the disability community. And I would hope that your office moving forward, when you're considering merger applications, you can make that a regular item on your checklist, because companies should be actively pursuing hiring of disabled employees, making sure that their products and services are accessible to disabled consumers. And that way you are helping to serve the public interest, because we are part of the public, and the public interest is in our interest. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, I remember AOL Time Warner. That was it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yes. Oh, I wasn't sure, up or down. Ken.
I may be a little bit off point here, but we work a lot with banks when they're going through mergers, and the regulatory agencies will impose things, and I guess the banks will indicate what they will be doing in terms of serving the public interest. And part of that is in terms of what they'll be going to be doing in terms of the combined foundation, what they'll be doing maybe in terms of educational programs for the community, commitments to diversity and things like that. Is this ever addressed in merger proposals that come to the FCC?
Yes. In fact, if you look at the conditions in the Comcast NBC merger, there were a number of conditions that addressed the public interest part of our standard that involves providing the PEG programming, it's public access, education, and government programming. Children's television was addressed and has been addressed in a couple of the mergers, but that is definitely one of the service to the community, particularly in broadcast mergers, is a topic that's often addressed in the merger orders.
Yeah, I've seen the broadcast, but has that been done when telecom mergers have been approved?
I think the conditions on telecom mergers primarily address the provision of the service, getting the service out and preserving competition in that marketplace. USF, however, which is the public interest part of getting the service out, does come up in the merger conditions, and I think in Alltel, in Verizon Alltel, there was a specific condition about that.
You have a question, Mitzi?
Mitzi Herrera.
I think you're on.
Montgomery County, MD. Devon? My question is, can you talk about the process for after you impose the merger conditions, how you monitor compliance? Earlier this morning, I talked about one of the conditions of Comcast's merger with NBC Universal was that they offer certain things. They have a 3-year cycle in which they have to do these things. It has not gone well the first year. So what happens both from that perspective of just the overall compliance picture, and then it seems to me that sometimes in these mergers there are conditions that are imposed, but there wasn't a lot of research that went into the benchmarks that are set. So for example, using school lunch as a benchmark for income eligibility, it turns out that there are lots of problems engaged in that. So does the Bureau do something so that you kind of learn from those lessons if we have a similar or another type of thing, that we've got a way that we don't keep making the same difficult to monitor conditions as part of them?
Good. Well, a couple answers. One is I'll have to look at that specific condition in Congress, but I know that in a number of the conditions like that one in Comcast, there were quarterly reports due from the applicants. Now, if the quarterly report shows they're not meeting the condition, then that's an action item for either the Bureau or the Enforcement Bureau to take action to stimulate them to comply with the condition. There are those sanctions which can be applied if they're not complying.
So I'm sorry, do the sanctions, are those things that have to be put into the merger itself as an enforcement, or is there sort of a standing set? Because they've already gone and merged.
Right. No, the enforcement, once an order comes out, it's an order of the commission. If they are not complying with the condition, they are violating an order of the commission, and the Enforcement Bureau has authority to enforce with the sanctions that are available to them. The second question about learning from experience, that's a great question, and we do learn from experience. It's very helpful to us to have input from the public, because you will see things that sometimes we don't see. So if you would, if you say, just let us know if something's not working, if the measure is wrong. Just let us know about that, because we do want to learn from that. We want the conditions to be effective.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming here
Thank
and giving us that report. Thank you. We now have our working groups, and Scott's going to come and tell us where we're going. Let me get out my... Welcome back, everyone. And have a seat. I think we have, yes, I'm pretty sure we do have a quorum.
Okay, good.
We are going to jump right into our working group reports and action. I'm going to call on the Disability Working Group first. And Lisa, if you could report back and share some information with us.
Okay, thank you. This is Lisa Hamlin from Hearing Loss Association. We're going to give a quick report of the whole committee, and then Rebecca Ledoux had sent out through Scott's email to you a report on speech-to-speech, and she'll give we'll both do real brief updates on where we are here. The first, I wanted to give you a heads up on, right now we have not brought recommendations, but we are planning to for our last meeting in October. So we're going to be catching up here. So we expect to have a recommendation on speech-to-speech. We'll be also working on a new issue, which is accessible textbooks. There are now textbooks coming out that have the e-textbooks that have video or an audible content, and we will put together a recommendation for that as well that we can bring forward. We're going to also take a look at mobile health care, same kind of problems, so that or remote health care. So there are problems with access to, so we're going to take a look at that and see if there's a recommendation that may or may not come out. We're going to take a look at that. And finally, we're also looking at what's happening with mobile captioning and new entries into the marketplace, and how we can recommend how we can the FCC can facilitate that. There was also some discussion now with, we're not sure we're going to come up with a recommendation on this, but you should be aware that now that video description is getting on board and we're going forward with CVAA, monitoring of how compliance with the new rules is going to be an issue. So I think what will happen from the Disability Working Group is we'll take a look at how that's happening, how we can see that people are actually fulfilling their obligations, and if at some point in the future we feel that we need a recommendation on that, we may come forward with that as well. We also just learned that Clayton is moving to the Department of Ed.
Oh, really?
Yes. I hope that was public, Clayton. He told our group, so we're losing him from the group, but we wish him well, and we want to thank him for all his work on the group. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca for her report on speech-to-speech.
Hi. If the FCC wants individuals with speech disabilities to enjoy connectivity with others under the broadband program, the Wide Area Network, then the FCC should start thinking about installing the rules and regulations for speech-to-speech that were proposed under the 1998 Notice of Proposed Rulemaking. It's urgent that these rules and regulations be installed or replaced to meet the 21st century technological advances. Also, updating the rules and regulations will assist in adding a new service that the speech-disabled community would like to have installed, video-assisted speech-to-speech. There is a video speech-to-speech trial going on in Virginia that I will be participating in. California recently had its trial. Hopefully, more states will follow suit. Updating the rules and regulations for speech-to-speech and the installation of video speech-to-speech would greatly enhance the next generation 911 services for the speech-disabled community. It's hoped that the Disabilities Working Group and the full CAC will give its full support on this issue.
Great. Thank you very much, Lisa and Rebecca. I appreciate that. I appreciate your report and the work that your working group is doing. Thank you. Ed, I see Ed is still working with his group back there. The working group is still working. Shall we? We're going to skip the Consumer Empowerment Working Group for now. And Barry, are you ready to report? I see you at your computer there.
One thing you'll not hear from us today. We have looked at. Hello, hi. We have decided to defer until October a matter dealing with political broadcast advertising disclosure. It's clear this is not a good time to expect any resolution or changes by the FCC nor the Congress, so stay tuned for that in October. Well, you do have before you, and they're both in your packet, two documents. One has been edited, and we're going to put that on the screen in a few minutes. Okay. Any more, I'll be eating it. I think this is not on. Hello?
Maybe raise your hand. No,
Hello there.
I think it's working.
I raised all 7 hands here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a great voice, but
Are you there yet?
Want to try this one?
no, I think it's working.
Okay. I'll spare you a repeat, but we have before you now two recommendations. One deals with emergency messaging. And if you might recall, at an earlier CAC meeting, we were talking about the results of the first national test of the emergency alert system. And in the original presentation, we talked about how people watching over multi-channel video providers, some might have some difficulty if they were hearing impaired. During the course of the discussion, there was a consensus developed that when it comes to emergency alerting and emergency communications through EAS or other means, that this group has an interest in everyone being able to receive them, regardless of whether they might be hearing impaired, visually impaired, or part of the deaf-blind community. That was fine. That was our recommendation from last year. Now, we are looking at other changes in the emergency alerting. Kicking in later this month is a new requirement for what's called Common Alerting Protocol. It's a technology to be adopted now by broadcast stations and multi-channel providers. It seems clear that down the road, a technology like this will be applied to mobile wireless services, perhaps even to social media, all with the goal of ensuring that members of the public, when there is an alerting message to be distributed, have a fighting chance of hearing it, seeing it, sensing it. So the recommendation we have for you just looks to what's happening now at the Common Alerting Protocol and looking to the future of other technologies. I've talked to many people here. I've talked to the members of our working group and other members of the CAC in general, and there seems to be a consensus and support, but we'd certainly accept any discussion or recommendations on that one. Is there a motion?
Motion to
accept
the recommendation from the floor. Motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Can people verbalize this as well?
It was Mitzi Herrera.
Okay, so discussion on the recommendation? Any discussion? Lisa? Lisa, raise your hand.
Can I just ask where this is in our, is it in our packet?
Yes, it is.
It is in the packet.
Which one is it? What does it say on top?
Well, it says, the heading is FCC Consumer Advisory Committee further recommendation regarding the provision of emergency messages to the public. We sent this draft to Scott many days ago, and then many days ago he sent it electronically, and you have hard copies in your packet.
It's in there. Do you see it, Lisa?
You got an email from Scott about 3 or 4 days ago with this document, and it's also a hard copy in your packet.
Hard copies in the packet.
Okay, thank you.
Mitzi?
Mitzi Herrera, Montgomery County. I don't have any, I think it's a good effort, and I don't have any objection to it. I would just say that if it's possible for looking at some point what the FCC has done with our recommendations, it may be useful that you recast this as the CAC recommends 1, 2, 3, 4, because you've now got 4 items in here, 2 are numbered.
Okay, the first paragraph described what we did before. I think what we should recommend, though, is that when we get back together in October, that we have representatives from the Commission staff talk about their assessment of the EES national test, the effectiveness of the Common Alerting Protocol, and perhaps give us a glimpse of how, in the future, there may be additional ways of alerting the public to emergency information. Okay? All right.
Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Go ahead.
Any opposed? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Any abstentions? Okay, no abstentions, Scott, and no opposed.
Okay, for the next presentation, if we could ask those in the booth to put the, there you go. Great. What I've done is put this up so that people can see it in very large print. What we've done is taken the second recommendation that the working group, our media working group, has advanced to you, and we have shortened it, tightened it, and made it a little more of consumer-focused. The opening paragraph is the same, given the background of how the commission is responding to. It
Yes,
certainly
this
is.
is
That's
the
the only one left to talk about from the
Yeah,
media
would
working
you
group.
just read the header? That might, just so people can find it in their packet.
Yeah, there you go. FCC Consumer Advisory Committee recommendation regarding spectrum reallocation and reauthorization. Okay.
And, Barry, did I understand you correctly that what you're presenting now is different than what was distributed
Right. What we've
in the
done,
packet? Okay, go
we
ahead.
have had meetings
Yes,
of our
changes.
media working
Yeah.
group. We've consulted with others, and we're offering for you basically something that will take this screen, another page, and then one sentence. So we put it in large print. The first paragraph is what you've seen verbatim from the original recommendation. So if you move to the next page, it says, whereas the public has an interest in both the expansion of wireless broadband services and the continued provision of valuable over-the-air television broadcast service and local stations, therefore be it resolved that the FCC's Consumer Advisory Committee, CAC.
Yeah, slow down just a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. CAC.
Don't mumble, slow down.
Although it's on the screen.
Okay.
And even
Some-
those at
some
home
may- yeah.
see it on the screen.
Some may not be able to do that.
Okay. Again, nothing has changed up to the paragraph that is on your screen. Let's start out. Urges that consistent with the terms of the, and this is the legislation discussed earlier by the FCC staff, the Middle Class Tax Relief and Job Creation Act of 2012, FCC regulatory proceedings to reallocate and reauthorize portions of the spectrum heretofore used for over-the-air television broadcasting ensure, one, that the impact to television viewers is minimized, while at the same time maximizing benefits to wireless consumers, and two, that terrestrial stations retain the ability to offer and consumers retain the ability to benefit from high-definition, multicast programming and innovative new services such as mobile DTV. That is the recommendation offered for you. It has been approved by the Media Working Group and others with whom we have spoken today. I can put it back on the screen.
Yeah, put it back on the screen while we're talking about. Do I have a motion to move the recommendation? I need a motion from the floor before discussion.
Thank you.
I have a motion to move it from Mary. Second, and I have a second from Irene. Discussion. Scott, I saw your card go up first. Scott, raise your hand and pull the mic.
I get every time.
Raise your hand.
Scott Bergman from CTIA. Folks, everybody hear me okay now?
I think so.
So I guess I'm not on the media working group, but I wanted to thank the members of the media working group for trying to refocus this recommendation a little bit more towards consumers. So I appreciate that. And I guess to that note, I wanted to suggest that the second recommendation has added the concept of consumers, by consumers retaining the ability to benefit, but I wanted to ask about that first part of recommendation number 2, which talks about terrestrial stations retaining the ability to offer. And it seems to me like that would depend on which options a broadcast station chose under the new act, right? The act provides a variety of different things. So I guess my recommendation, and some of them are inconsistent with that, right? If someone chose to relinquish their spectrum or to channel share, that they might not retain that ability. So I guess my recommendation would be to start number 2 with the focus on consumers. So, as you guys have really nicely captured with number 1, I think you've recognized there's a balance, right? There's going to be upside to consumers, and you also want to minimize disruption to them as well, too. And I guess I would encourage folks to orient the second recommendation to consumers as well too. So just to flow number 2 from consumers retain the ability to benefit from those services that you guys listed there as well too. So I guess that was thought number 1, and thought 2 was just to make sure. I think the intent of this recommendation is to be consistent with the act that was passed, and which reflects a balancing of different public policy benefits one way or the other, and just wanted to make sure that was the case, and if it's not the case, to find out. So those were my 2 comments. And again, thank you guys for being willing to, particularly given that this is the Consumer Advisory Committee, focus on the consumer perspective on this recommendation.
Yes.
This is Julie Carney from CEA, and I think Mitzi and I are both a little confused. What is our goal with this recommendation? Because the statute, gives the commission some very clear direction on what they're to do. So, I'd like just to understand further. Do we need to tell the commission what they need to do?
No, I think there's a couple of very clear consumer elements of that, middle class tax cut extension. And of course, this recommendation is keyed to and suggests the commission, of course, will follow the lead, the mandate of Congress, but to point out how there are consumer benefits here. It isn't just an industry issue.
Okay. I guess my question is, do we do this with every piece of legislation that comes down? Did we do this with CBAA, telling the commission to follow what Congress told them to do? I wonder what what do we want them to do?
It's an expression of the desires of the Consumer Advisory Committee. It need not replicate every element of every statute, but it's simply an expression of their interest in a matter.
Mitzi?
Okay, so beyond the fact that I'm not really clear what the value added necessary consumer spin of it is, but substantively, I am somewhat concerned that impact on viewers is minimized is a somewhat murky and nebulous term, and I don't necessarily. I mean, I haven't been in the media working group, but to some extent, over-the-air broadcast is the least efficient use of spectrum, and there's only under 10% of people who have televisions use over-the-air to receive those. So I'm not necessarily sure that protecting the right of those 10% of the population to continue to get it over the air is something that, and the impact on them has to be minimized in moving forward with wireless broadband.
Well, for better or for worse, that's what the statute requires. That there are people that their only choice is over-the-air television. That quantum will probably continue for quite a while. So there's nothing in this statement that is antithetical to what the Congress has directed the FCC to do.
Okay, so I have not reviewed the statute I haven't reviewed it at all. So can you point out in the resolution, what is the resolution stating that goes beyond what the statute directs the FCC to do?
Can we put it back up on the screen? Thank you.
Thank you. Then I'm not really understanding then why we are submitting it. If it's, I mean, most of the things that we've had have sort of been pointing out things that have fallen through the cracks or raising the awareness of specific things from in a lot of ways, a consumer and a user perspective that sometimes people at the top don't look. And I'm just trying to understand, is it that because we want to be engaged on the issue with the FCC? Because one of the things we talked about was looking to see how the FCC dealt specifically with the recommendations that we gave. So if we're sort of just giving a recommendation that says we resolve that you should follow the statute, it makes it difficult, I think, to look to see the value that we've created and provided.
I've looked at the last 11 or 12 years' worth of recommendations coming from this advisory committee. And on many issues, the advisory committee simply expresses its opinion, its views, which in some cases are completely congruent with what relevant statutes are and the thrust of FCC proceedings. But that has not barred this committee from expressing itself on issues it considers to be important to consumers. This would not be breaking new ground in terms of the role of the Consumer Advisory Committee at all. It would be expression of a viewpoint and a direction. And it is not antithetical to the terms of the statute. Ann?
I have Ann and then Lucia.
Hi. Ann Bobeck from the National Association of Broadcasters. I just want to point out it is entirely consistent with the statute to promote advanced wireless broadband services in terms of availability of spectrum, but also crucial to the point to preserve free over-the-air television to the 46 million television sets and the people that are reliant on free over-the-air television. Remember who those people are. It is the elderly, Hispanic. It is often the low-income folks, persons with disabilities. So to say that it's not an efficient, and I honestly take disagreement that a one-to-many service is not an efficient use of spectrum. We can have an offline discussion on that. But, you know, the statute recognized the value of both services, and I would think that if you took a poll around this table and all the folks that went through the DTV transition, then and the 95 out of the top 100 programs that are on broadcast television as the most popular television programs, I think a lot of consumers do value free over-the-air television. So I think it is important as the advisory committee that should we want to value a spectrum reallocation, that it's important that anything that remains post-reallocation as we repack the broadcast spectrum, that consumers don't lose that access, particularly those at-risk consumers. I think that's the intent of the recommendation, to recognize there's value in freeing up in a spectrum incentive auction for new services, but not disenfranchise consumers in the process. I think that's an important public policy goal for this advisory committee to recognize.
Louisa?
Louisa Lanchetti, obviously my company is...
Just raise your hand and identify yourself.
My company is very keen, obviously, on spectrum matters and was involved in trying to fashion effective spectrum legislation that can now be the basis for these important commission proceedings. With that said, I am worried that there be unintended consequences here, because I do hear, on one hand, the notion that this is only meant to confirm what the statute is requiring, and therefore the commission should be guided by in implementing the legislation, but then other comments suggesting that no, perhaps this should go beyond that in terms of the consumer impacts and issues. So with that said, and having not been involved in the media group deliberations, I'm a little concerned that, again, we not have unintended consequences as a result of this resolution.
Paul and then Julie again. Paul needs a mic.
Am I stealing from you, Barry? Uh-oh. Well, now, Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind. I've got the old language here in front of me, but before I say anything further, can you remind me what the new language says in the section that referred? It was item number 2 under the therefores: high definition multicast programming, innovative new services, mobile DTV, etc.
Barry, pull the mic up.
Again, referring to the legislation itself. That proceedings of the Commission to reallocate and reauthorize portions of the spectrum heretofore used for over-the-air television broadcasting ensure, 1, that the impact of television viewers is minimized while at the same time maximizing benefits to wireless consumers, and 2, which I think is your area of focus, that terrestrial stations retain the ability to offer and consumers retain the ability to benefit from high-definition multicast programming and innovative new services such as mobile DTV.
Right, Paul Schrader with AFB. Then this is exactly, I think, where I would say where the Consumer Advisory Committee could step in and suggest that, in fact, in this section we clarify that since there has been such a challenge facing broadcasters in terms of how to allocate portions of spectrum for description channel, for example, compared to the spectrum allocated for Spanish as a second audio channel, that perhaps we add that language in here to express that this is an opportunity for the commission to make clear that that is a direction that would be helpful to see broadcasters go with this public spectrum.
Any other comments?
Julie?
This is getting interesting. I think just given the discussion we're having here, and a lot of us, including Ann and Scott and Louisa and Mary, we're all pretty familiar with the legislation. There are a lot of consumer benefits that aren't just limited to this. There was first responder language. There was, there were different elements. And I think I would be more comfortable taking the act in its, sort of its entirety and focusing on the different consumer benefits rather than just this specific benefit, or directing the commission to, in their implementation, that they look to benefits for consumers like broadcasting, like advanced communication services, like first response, that we take a higher level approach. I just, as CEA, I'm not comfortable with the specific direction that this is going in. So I'd rather have a high level approach, take some more time to look at the act and look at the benefits, the full benefits for consumers.
Scott, do you have your card? Did you have your card up a second time? You did it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll get it eventually. I think there's a lot of merit to what Julie suggests. I mean, this is one of the challenges about trying to opine about a piece of legislation that affects a variety of different piece parts, right? It reflects our national goals in terms of over-the-air broadcasting, in terms of mobile broadband, in terms of public safety, and having the chance to have the whole committee work on its interpretation would probably be beneficial, right, to address accessibility issues that Paul has raised as well, too. So would certainly be more comfortable with that approach as well, too.
Lisa and Mitzi.
Lisa Hamlin here. Let me just say that while some people here are actually real familiar with this, I am not. I don't know if I'm the only one here who's not real familiar with this statute. And for me, I'm finding that I'm listening to the back and forth, but I don't have enough background. So I'm wondering, and I see other suggestions of throwing, I'm wondering if the committee would consider giving us more background and more information between now and maybe the next meeting, or if you want to vote in the interim. I don't know if there's a need for a big rush for this to come out, but I would feel personally more comfortable if I had more information to work with.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what...
Would you raise your hand, because I can't hear you every time you go off mic.
Yeah, if I can just...
and get close to the mic there, Barry.
Let's just respond here. Hi. I'm not sure what the number of arrows we have on our quiver in terms of dealing with this procedurally, but I would be amenable to a small task group we set up to put together another draft, one that could be distributed electronically to the members of this plenary advisory committee. And if we can vote in interim, that's fine. If not, this may have to wait until the fall. But I see that there are a number of people who have some good ideas, and I think that to the extent we'd have something that would be reflect those sentiments, to the extent that they have support, that's fine.
Scott.
I was just going to point out.
I'm sorry, Mitzi had her card up before you, so can we get her comment and then yours?
Meadsco, Herrera, Montgomery County. I don't disagree with what Julie and Lisa have said. I am sensitive to the fact that I think it's significantly expanding the scope of work. If the resolution wants to be tailored just to address the impact on over-the-air television people who receive television over the air, in the act, does it spell out any type of other things that the FCC should be doing? In my community, we've had lots of complaints from people that when they had digital television, they lose certain channels, they've had certain issues. related to their ability to continue to receive those signals. And so what I'm wondering is, rather than just saying that you want to minimize the impact, should you actually be, before you start getting rid of more spectrum, try to address those issues related to the transition to ensure that people who are relying on over-the-air reception actually get good reception, and that the reception extends to the distances that it needs to.
Right. Part of the Act and part of the provisions of FCC proceedings deal with replicating service areas, deal with ensuring that people that can receive television, and in particular choices on the dial, continue to receive those choices. That's one of the challenges of repacking the spectrum. So yeah, you'll find that those issues are clearly in the statute and in the and will be part of the FCC's rulemaking proceedings.
So if what we're looking at doing is advocating on behalf of consumers, so in this area, there are lots of people who sort of sit in this no man's land between Baltimore and Washington, D.C., and they sort of complain about, which channels they got or which ones they didn't. And I get the call, so that's why I'm mentioning it. But if what we're talking about is that we want to promote and make sure that the FCC looks after the consumer interests of those people who receive over-the-air signals, then I would just feel that having that spelled out a little bit more in the resolution would be more helpful to the FCC.
Again, the statute went beyond just talking about those people that receive it over the air. We're talking about a communication service and its ability to provide that service continually to the public. One can look at the litany of FCC proceedings dealing with cable carriage, non-duplication, the whole relationship of over-the-air broadcasting and other media. And looking at the context now of spectrum reallocation, there are larger communications policy issues than just simply people being able to view it over the air. I think, again, I would be amenable to having a small task group look at this one more time. The hour is late, and perhaps if that's one of our choices, Madam Chairperson, we could appoint that group.
Do we need a motion for that, Scott?
Sure.
Yeah. So we have a motion on the floor to do that. And Scott, do you need to do anything? Do you have a?
I was just going to point out for folks who may not track the issue. Scott
Raise
Bergman
your
again with CTIA. I was going to point out for folks who don't track these issues that the FCC has not yet released its NPRM on implementing the statute yet. So there is time. The FCC has targeted the fall for releasing an NPRM. So in contrast to some of the other issues where we're weighing in after the record is closed, here the FCC is still in the process of putting together these notices of proposed rulemaking. So there is the advantage of having some time.
Okay, so recommendation from the floor.
We've got a motion that's alive.
Yes.
Do we adjust that motion?
I can't hear. There's a recommendation to approve the.
I think a motion to refer back would take precedent, would it not, on a motion that's been made and seconded?
Right.
And what I think you're not only referring it back to the media subcommittee, but you want some additional volunteers to look at it, which is no problem.
We can always have that for the working group.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I think
a motion to
refer back
to refer it
for further work.
For further work.
Should do it.
Someone. Okay. Ann made that motion.
I think I'm correct.
I think you did.
Oh, yeah.
Second. Okay. Let's voting on referring it back to the working group for further consideration.
All in
refer it back. Because it got raised about the because it got raised about the NPRM. Could the working group look at making recommendations to the FCC of issues to include in the NPRM to get comments on?
It's my understanding these recommendations do actually physically wind up in relevant document proceedings, do they not?
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that's already part of the process.
All right, let's move forward.
Yeah.
This committee can do whatever it wishes.
Yeah, that's already part of the process.
Okay.
Betsy.
So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed? Abstaining? Anyone abstaining? Nope. Okay. No no's, no abstaining. Thank you very much, Barry,
Well done.
for all your hard work there.
All right.
Okay, next up, Consumer Group, you ready? Ed.
I actually
Yes.
This is Ed Bartholomew with Call for Action. I actually wanted to get some clarification on something that was just brought up during that group as it might pertain to our group. There was a question raised about whether or not it would be possible, if there was further discussion on something, to have a vote on something in between this meeting and the next meeting.
It is possible. We could call a special meeting by conference call. So we have a next meeting in October, but we could call a conference call if we have issues to be considered before then. So absolutely.
Okay.
This is Scott. All the notice requirements in the Federal Register would still apply, though. And we'd have to have an open meeting here at headquarters, and hopefully local people would attend, and then out-of-towners would call in on the conference line. That's the way it would have to work.
Okay. Seeing as how that is a possibility for another group, I think I would like to jump on the bandwagon, so to speak.
All right.
Maybe I'm trying to drive attendance for the special meeting by having more than one topic to discuss. No, we had put together a recommendation that was in everybody's packet today concerning interruption of wireless services. There were some last-minute suggestions for adjustment, and you know, while everybody seems to be coming at it from the same approach, I think that there's some haggling on some finer points just to get everybody exactly on the same page. So I think would like to take advantage of a little bit more time on this, especially given the fact that Art Neal from UCAN, who was the primary driving force behind this, couldn't actually be here today. So without his input, I want to make sure that we're staying true to his original intent behind this recommendation. So I'd like to table what was in your packet today, look forward to an updated draft coming out, and hopefully we can move on that at an interim meeting.
That's fine, Ed, and so that will definitely drive us to a special interim meeting. We now have 2 recommendations to look forward to for that meeting, so we will try and plan that as soon as possible, and you and Barry will give us a heads up. We also have another issue which I'll be discussing shortly after all of our reports. So, and you have that, nothing else?
No, that's all for today.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Mark and Chris, Broadband Working Group. You're going to give us a third issue?
Hi, Mark DeFalco. There's danger in going after these first 2 groups, or these last 2 groups here, I think. So, no, we have a recommendation to. I don't know. Does what we gave you, Scott, need to be read in, or not?
Somebody has it. Everyone has it in their packet, so it was distributed in advance, unless somebody really has a burning desire.
Okay, it's the document that's listed, broadband.
Yeah, just read the headline there.
Yeah, broadband-GPI 06-15-12. This has been circulated, and I don't think there's any controversy, so this should be a real easy one to hopefully get through. And then just by way of a report on what we discussed at our breakout session, we believe we will have another recommendation for you for the October meeting. Again, I don't think it'll be a controversial recommendation, but we will have another recommendation coming for the next meeting. So with that, I think you're ready to maybe vote this one in.
We have to move move the recommendation and second
move adoption of
before we just
GPII motion.
Thank you,
Paul.
Paul.
Move.
Anyone second?
Second. And I
have a second?
I do want to make one comment on it.
Okay, Paul.
Who seconded first?
Barry second.
Barry. Okay, good. All right, discussion.
So, Paul Schrader,
Yes,
American
Paul.
Foundation for the Blind. I think the GPII is terrific. I do want to suggest adding a sentence at the end that would go something like this. The GPII, though it may foster access, does not, and I was debating between mitigate or affect, the need for implementation of accessibility policies. The reason I raise that is GPII is often talked about in these glowing, almost religious terms, and I think it's great. I mean, I don't want to minimize it, but I also don't want people to get carried away to believe that this is the solution that ends all need for the hard work that has been done on accessibility policies. because it doesn't. It may work, and it should complement and hopefully foster those, as I said. So I would propose the addition of that sentence just to make clear that that's our view.
And can you read it again?
The
a little more slowly?
GPII, though it may foster access, does not mitigate the need for implementation of accessibility policies.
Does not mitigate the
Need to implement?
The need to implement would be fine. Accessibility policies.
Accessibility policies. Okay, got it.
I guess I'd move that as a...
Move the amendment?
I don't know if I can move that as a friendly amendment
Well,
since I made the motion. I suppose I can.
Chris and Mark, do you accept that as a friendly amendment?
Okay, if they do.
Accept it as a friendly amendment. Sounds good.
All right, then we can, any other
Okay,
discussion?
Foster, okay, I think. Further discussion? Mitzi?
I offer a friendly amendment to Paul. Could you move that sentence to the second, to become the second sentence, and then add the word something like nonetheless or nevertheless to start the third sentence?
I would have no problem with that. Thank you. Good suggestion.
Where is this? Chris?
Chris and okay.
Chris? Chris?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Now you can hear me. I don't know. I mean, I think you need an explanation of what it is before you start saying what it does not do. That would be my only. I mean, I'm fine with the change. I just wonder if it makes more sense. It's more readable if you talk about what it does than what it doesn't do.
Can you just make it however the GPI does not whatever you had mitigate the need for? It just seems odd, just as though it may foster access in the middle of it. But it's 10 of 4 and it's not that. So if people are fine with it, I'm happy to withdraw my friendly.
It's not a big deal anyway.
Yeah, I think it works either way. The way I'm looking at it, I don't think it really doesn't strike me as difficult because it's so short. So you get, I think you get the point either way. The way I look at it.
Then to simplify things, I'll just withdraw my.
You're friendly.
That works.
I'll keep going.
Okay. All right. So we have a friendly amendment that has been accepted. We have a motion, a second.
Right.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Chris.
No, it didn't work. Yeah, there you go. I just wanted to thank Clayton Lewis, who sort of came up, who brought this idea to our attention for doing it. I didn't know he would be getting off the committee, but I want to thank him.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you,
Excellent.
Chris.
Yeah.
Be a great goodbye gift to Clayton.
Yeah.
There you go.
We'll call it the
Very appropriate one.
Clayton Lewis recommendation. Okay. Thank you, Broadband Working Group. Oh, call the question. All those in favor of this recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Excellent.
No abstention?
No abstentions.
Okay.
This is a no abstentions day. Okay. Universal Service Group? Nothing to report. No recommendations this time. Thank you, Cecilia. Okay. That is it for our working group reports. Now, we have another item another important item that came out of our morning this morning. Sorry, Rick. I know it's challenging to see each other there. We have another item from our morning from our report about the consumer complaints process. As you heard this morning, they are working on a reform of the consumer complaints process, and they are looking to the Consumer Advisory Committee for some help. and they laid out a couple of areas where they would like some feedback. So what we would like to do is to set up a task force that would help with this process over the next 2 months to give the FCC some feedback. And hopefully it wouldn't require too many meetings, because we don't want to add to the meetings that are going to be required for this. But the way I see it, we'd probably need a meeting at the beginning to sort of organize ourselves, find out what exactly we were going to look at and do, and then a meeting after we take a look at what the FCC wants us to do, to get together and discuss it and provide some feedback. We also may, as a result of this, want to write up a recommendation to the FCC based on our findings. And perfect timing for that would be our special meeting. So we would have time, perhaps the timing would work out to do that. So what we want to do is to set up a task force. And one of the things that this task force would do is to test the FCC's consumer complaint system. So we would test it each individually, do that on our own, and provide feedback, and perhaps they would develop some sort of response form that we would be able to use to give feedback on it, and also come up with some other ideas and feedback for them. So there's a couple different things that we would do for them and generally help them get on the right path with this consumer complaint reform. So what I'd like to do with the task force is have people volunteer who are willing to do this. I think it's a really good opportunity for the CAC to provide direct input into this process. And but I want to do it just on a volunteer process. I don't think it will be all that time consuming. As I mentioned, 2 meetings. I don't know whether they'll be maybe in person and on the phone. We'll see how that works. 2 meetings, possibly 3, but hopefully no more than 2. And then the time that it would take you just to really try out the consumer complaint process. So Scott and I will send something around in the next week or so asking for volunteers to serve on this task force. And we'll try not to make it too huge, but a good group who are willing to roll up their sleeves and do this with us. So I hope that you will participate. Okay. Did I miss anything?
Comments from the public?
Yeah, now we have comments from the public. Did I miss anything on the complaint?
No, I think you got it. Okay,
very good. Finally, are there any members, anyone from the public who have any comments for the CAC? I didn't get any emails, I don't think, Scott.
Another motion to adjourn.
So, again, we're going to meet in October. We'll get the exact date out to you as soon as we confirm availability of this meeting room and make sure that we don't have any conflicts with dates. And I think that's it. Any further comments from anyone around the room?
Debbie, did you raise any dates with the group at all?
I didn't. Do you want me? Did you check the availability for that one date?
Well, can we run by October 19th?
Sure. One date that
and
we
get a quick reaction.
One day we're looking at is October 19th, which is a Friday. Okay,
nobody's running out the door
Nobody's screaming.
Yeah. Doesn't work for me.
Oh, well, people are checking. Julie guess it doesn't work for Julie.
That would be tight for me. But it
would be tight for Irene. It's not good for Lisa. Okay, we have 2.
It's going to be hard. Yeah,
not good for you, Ed? Not good for Ed. Oh. All right, now we got
3.
3.
Okay.
What happened with the 26th?
It's not available. This room is not available.
The room is not available on the 26th. Well, we'll get back to you. It may have to stick with the 19th, but I'll get back to you to see if the date changes. But it will be, we are hoping to stick with the month of October so that it's not too far from now. But also look for that special date between now and October for our special meeting. So do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh, I don't know. I got a couple of hands on
By
that.
acclamation.
Motion to adjourn. Do I hear second? Dan? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, there you go.